You would think after all these times I would actually learn how to do this. Anyway. There we go. Welcome back, guys. We are here for the discussion and our send-off for Part 7. All right. Put down my immaculate steel balls. Can't believe I got these for like $2 on Amazon. They're not the most perfect replica, obviously, but they'll do. They will do. And they did do. For a long, long time for this adventure of ours. They did a very, very good job. All right. Breakdown. I'm going to have to turn you down just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay. Let's do a proper introduction. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hope everyone's having a good day. An afternoon. Maybe it's night somewhere for you guys. We are back with JoJo's. Specifically, this is our discussion for Part 7. Today, we are just going to be doing discussions, chit-chatting with you guys in chat, whoever shows up. We can have some dialogues about Part 7. We are going to be watching, first and foremost, the trailer for Part 7, the teaser trailer. It is out. It's been out since Monday. I've been avoiding any spoilers when it comes to it, so it's been nice. I got lucky on that. I imagine if it was the actual like full-on trailer, it'd probably be a lot harder to dodge, but I somehow evaded. I evaded. We're going to get to that first, then we'll go into our discussion. We'll go through some memes, because I found a subreddit full of just Part 7 memes. I'm like, yeah. We'll go through some fan animation stuff that I thought was really cool, some speculation on, you know, like, oh, how's the style going to look? Outside of what we're going to see from this trailer, what are the openings people really, really, really want for it to be like? And then finally, I think we're going to end off with the tier list that I've been mentioning. So I made a tier list that we can go over. I'll actually bring it up in the screen. This tier list serves two facets. One, it's going to be for character stuff. We can rank our individual characters. I'll hear what you guys have to say on their placement and stuff. But then also, I figured we can also do just a bit, just a wee bit of power scaling, you know, just to be a little toxic. We gotta have some toxicity with here. Even though it's JoJo's and it can range so vastly, depending on the fight, the prep, the people that are in it. But yeah, figure we do that as like a little wrap up, little thing there at the end. So we got a little bit of stuff to do today, which is fine. This is, I think, a great way for us to, you know, engage with each other, saying hi and, you know, conversing, having some nice ideas about a cool series like JoJo's, especially this part, which has been just a freaking roller coaster of a part, to say the least. But that, I think, would be a good way for us to send it off. Then, of course, people have been asking, when are we starting Part 8? We are going to start Part 8 next week. So it's going to be the same time. So JoJo's Thursdays aren't going away. They're going to be around the same point. We won't do like 10 chapters like we did when we tried to end off Part 7. We'll just do a couple chapters each stream. And then when we get closer to the end of Part 8, we'll try and pick it up by doing maybe like 10 chapters again. Just to kind of speed it up. But yes, we are going to do Part 8. It's going to be next week. We're going to start our Part 8 journey, finish that. Then the end-all be-goal, as I've been saying for a very long time now, has always been, okay, we're going to get up to Part 9. We're going to catch up, and then whenever it comes out, I think it's like monthly or bi-monthly, so whenever it releases, we're going to read it on the channel. That's going to be our goal. Sound good? Don't forget to hydrate. Especially for me, it's because it's going to be a yapping stream. It is going to be a yapping. All right. Let me actually edit the stream title. Let me send off. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Perfect. Lovely. Then we'll put that in here. Perfect, perfect. All right. Let me actually see if I can fix my lighting before we proceed any further. Golden wind. Bum, 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 what's better? No. No. I guess it's fine. All right. So, I'm going to turn off the music just real quick. We're actually going to have the music back on for this stream today. But, like I mentioned, first and foremost, we're going to start with the Steel Ball Run teaser trailer. I'm very excited. Now that I'm officially called up to Part 7, we went through it all. Again, if you are new here, first of all, much love for showing up now. But if you're new and are curious on what we did for Part 7, we have an entire playlist that you can go check on the channel. And, of course, while you're there, please make sure you like those videos, like those streams, comment below, and, of course, subscribe to the channel if you loved that content and want to see more of us, because we will be pumping out more JoJo's content and much more stuff on the channel, like games, like other read-throughs, like watch-alongs, and various other things to come in the future. But trailer. I'm very excited. I'm very nervous. I'm just praying because I've heard some information that it's obviously coming out on Netflix. I think they're going to do batches again, which I'm like, where it's like, okay, we're going to release it all in one go, but then they're going to split it up. I'm like, oh. But yeah, so I don't know. All I really want, my expectations for this, for the Part 7 of the anime of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is, A, has to be better than Part 6, meaning it should all be flowing out at a good pace. I would argue it's okay for it to come out in one big batch. I understand week by week, and the people that really, really want that to come back, that's fine. I think that's good too. I'm just okay with it just coming out in one go rather than, oh, we're going to have Part 1 of Part 6 come out this year. Obviously, because of COVID, things got pushed back, but we're going to have it then come out almost half a year to almost like 8 months later. Here's Part 2. And then another 8 months later for Part 3. It's like, oh my God, the momentum just died for this. Also, animation. We have talked about it a little bit on our, discussions for chapters and whatnot. Araki and the team that are doing this, which is David Productions, they have assured us in many comments that this is a part that they have looked forward to for a very, very long time. And so the idea is that they have put a lot of time and care to this, which is good. That's good. Good to at least hear on paper that they are acknowledging the fans. Like, yes, we understand that this has to look good. And people have been raising questions on, is the style going to change? Is there going to be new implements of CGI? We talked about how, yes, CGI can work in current animes and stuff. There have been discussions from the staff themselves on whether or not they're going to do that. As far as I know, up until this point, before I watched this trailer, I don't believe they're going to use CGI was their final statement. Like, heavy CGI. In the sense of, like, the horses, which have been the main talking point. Are the horses going to be CGI? As far as I heard from a couple interviews, they're not going to use CGI, which is great. Cool. If they're going to stick to animation, I hope it's consistent. I hope it always looks good. There's probably going to be gaps here and there between the style and the consistency they have to draw the horses in action scenes. So it's not always going to be maybe top notch, but, we'll get what we get. At least it's not going to be CG monstrosities. And of course, the overall style of it has been a debate, like, when it comes to the designs. Is it going to look something closer to maybe more Part 5 and Part 4? Or is it going to maybe go back to that Part 3 style? That would be kind of cool. That would be kind of neat. I doubt it's going to do that, but that's been a question. So there's a lot of anticipation for this. I think it's going to look good, number one. I think the soundtrack, as always, is going to slam. I think the overall fights are going to be good. The only issue is going to become the pacing. Pacing of when these episodes are going to come out is going to decide make or break for the fandom. That's how I see it. Okay, let me stop gushing. Let's get into this. So we're going to start with the trailer, and then we'll get into our discussions for today. Bro, Stefan. That is actually, hold on. Fuck. All right. Let me restart. Let me let it play through all the way. But is that All Might? Brother. Interesting. Alright, I like the voice. Nihon? That's not Dio. Like, not the voice actress. Or voice actor, excuse me. That's All Might. Stefan's gonna be played by All Might? I did not think that was gonna be the case. Steel Ball Run. Holy fuck. Alright. Coming in 2026. Brother. Alright, let's dissect this. So obviously, David Productions / Jojo / Netflix are being backed by Warner Brothers Studios. It's been done for a while. We've known this. I cannot believe All Might is going to be like the voice actor of Stefan. That is not what I thought. I did not think this man would be that deep of a tone for a voice. I'll be real. That is a shocker. Did not see that one coming. Okay. All right. So Stefan Steele giving off energy. So far, the backgrounds look pretty good. They look like JoJo's. If this is going to be the first opening, this like it sounds good. Gyro looks good. The shading in some of it is interesting. The shading for some of the characters, like right here, is kind of throwing me off just a bit, just because we went through the manga in the color format, but okay. Who is this voice actor for Johnny? It sounds like Bakugo, but I could be wrong. This is why I expected that he would sound like that, kind of deep. Like, yeah, that sounds like Gyro. That sounds like a Gyro to me. Now this is interesting. That does not sound like Dio. But I heard in the video games prior to the anime that they did have the same actor for Dio, the voice actor, but he gave it different inflections. So as far as I can tell, this is not Dio. This is not our anime Dio voice actor. So they are, in fact, giving him someone new. Interesting choice. Now, because of what happens later in the story arc, maybe when we get to a certain new reveal, will they change it up? Like, back to the original. That I could see. I could see that. And as far as I can tell, oh yeah, Lucy, how you doing? Whoever wins this race will be the world-renowned hero, right? As far as I can tell, looking at this scene, I don't see CGI horses. I think they are all hand-drawn horses. It will be a competition like of which no one in the world has ever experienced, right? Yeah, I think these are all hand-drawn horses. So we did, in fact, we aren't, at least for this, going to use CGI. Okay. I'm impressed, Studio David Productions. Yeah, I'm impressed. You guys actually managed to do, like for the beginning at least, because there are a lot of horses in the beginning, but it does taper off steadily. But in the beginning, that's very clean. Nowadays, it's hard pressed to find a anime that has a lot of creatures, and at least most of them aren't going to be CGI, really. Okay, so staff based on Hirohiko Araki, obviously. Director, we talked about this before, Yasuhiro Kimura and Hida Takahashi. Series director, Toshiki Yuki Kyoto. Sorry for my pronunciations. My Yakuza fans know I am not good at that. Series structure, Yosho Kobayashi. I think these two are coming back. Like, the main ones that did, I think it was what? It's part 3 and part 5 and 4, I think, are the ones that they worked on. 6, I think, was handled differently, and 5. But the sound director is coming back, who did all the classics from 3 up until 6. So that's cool. That's cool. Character designer, Daisuke Tsukumori. I think he's coming back. Sub-character design, Yui Kinshota Grand, Gorilla Mirio Moro, Chi. Just Chi. I think these guys are new people. Music, this person's coming back. Sound director, this person's coming back. Yugo Kano, Yoshikani Iwanawi. Animation, of course, is David Productions, as per usual. Backed by Warner Brothers Japan. Cast. Johnny Joestar is going to be played by Shogo Sakatada. Now, who is that? He sounded familiar. Hold on. If I can type. Jesus. Joestar VA. Alright, let me... Yeah, you. Who have you done? Shows. Let's go shows. Let's see. This show. 2025. What is this show? What the fuck is this? Oh, this series? I only know it because of this one woman that's trending. Alright. We'll have to watch the series, because apparently it's actually pretty decent. And also, she's just unhinged as fuck. So, we'll have to watch that. So, he's in that. Blue Box. Interesting. He was in Blue Box. Okay. Donadon? Okay, so he was just some background students. Okay. Let's see. What was the show? Oh, the Russian Girl show. Right. I didn't watch that. Windbreaker, didn't watch that. Tales of the Wedding Rings, didn't watch that. One, I have no idea what the hell that is. Oh, he was in Pluto. Really? Oh, fuck. Oh, Adolf. Oh, no. He was that guy, wasn't he? Okay, all right, okay. Anyone else that I recognize? He's Aki from Chainsaw Man, really? I did not know. Okay. This is going to be a very interesting role then for him then. I feel like Johnny's a lot more expressive than some of these characters. Let's see. He was a fucking Pokemon, sure. He does a lot of Pokemon. My Hero movie, didn't really see this one, so I don't really care. He was in Higurashi, okay. Dynasty Warriors, nice, very nice. I haven't really watched Dr. Stone in a while, so don't really know who that is. He was a bunch of people in Attack on Titan, but like more like civilians. I haven't really been caught up with Fire Force, so no idea. Bunch of background students in My Hero. Random people in One Piece. Okay, so it doesn't seem like, outside of a handful of things, he hasn't had like a real main character role. I feel like this is now, genuinely so, his biggest role as a voice actor. Okay, let's see what he can do. And then, here we go. Gyro Zeppeli, Yohei Akizami. Let's see. What does his actor have done? What has his actor done? Okay. Oh, and they also have game version. So they do have the game. So could they not get this guy back? Really? So he's in this game, and that game, but he didn't want to come back to do the anime? He is alive, right? You know, Japan and their mortality rates when it comes to voice actors is insane. Yeah, no, he's alive. He's alive. Okay. Has he done anything recently? Blue Exorcist. He also was in Blue Box. Okay. Doesn't seem like he's done anything too interesting. No. Oh, he was Daida. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Damn, we could have got Daida. Oh, he was Meliodas? He was Eren Yeager? Wait a minute. What the fuck? We couldn't get him back? Why couldn't we get Yuki then? Yo, Yuki. What the fuck? You didn't want to come back for the anime? Or like, did they not have enough time to get him? Or the expenses were too much? Wait a minute. You could have been consistent. Okay. Okay. All right, let me see Gyro. Gyro Zeppeli. Ooh, okay, I don't know. Gyro Zeppeli. So he's also different. What the fuck? Really? They didn't get this. Why? Is that like a decision? Like, hey, we wanted to have new upcomers or just have a little bit more variety with the voice actors, so we don't want the guys that did the games to come back. I haven't played the game, so I don't know what they sound like in the games. I will play through those though, for sure. Yeah, that's weird. They didn't bring them back. Hey, what's going on? Markira Corlia. The VA never comes back from the. They never come back. Hold on. Where is he? Thank you. That's crazy. He's not one of the top ones. We don't have info on the games. We have our current anime. Wait a minute. What the fuck? No, there's got to be info on the games. Hold on. Sidetrack. Dio Brando's VAs. His VAs. Let me see. Let me see. Takahiro, the most prominent Japanese voice actor who portrays Dio in the 2012 anime. This person. Heritage of the Future. Phantom Blood video game. Okay, so he actually has had a lot. He's actually had a lot of VAs. Yeah, voice actor. So a lot of video games go to this guy. And also he was the main one in the anime. Interesting. Yeah, Dio's actually had a lot of VAs, but the one that we all know, he's not coming back, I think. But let me, hold on, let me get to Gyro, I guess, first. Let me not rush myself. But that's crazy. So, they never come back? Like they've been expectations. Oh, okay. I think that's kind of weird. But all right, fair enough. But Polnareff, Kakyoin, and Iggy been switched from what I remember. Really? Oh, wow. Okay. All right, let me see what Gyro's VA has done. Let me see what Gyro's VA, and then we'll get into Diego Brando's VA. Obviously, coming up, Gyro. Digimon. I have not seen Digimon in forever. Super Robot Wars Y? What the fuck is that? Demon Slayer. Oh, he was in Infinity Castle? Is this important? Do I know this person? Not that I can tell. More Dynasty Warriors. A lot of Dynasty Warriors for JoJo's characters. Interesting. More Seven Deadly Sins, too. More Dr. Stone. More Seven Deadly Sins. A lot of Seven Deadly Sins. No, doesn't look like he's done a lot. Oh, this guy? Wait a minute. Yeah, I do remember this guy. Wait a minute. This guy's still alive in 7. Whatever. I haven't kept up with the series. I only know the ending of the original. I'm not like getting into the Knights. Which is sad. I like the Arthurian legend, but I am just not interested. Okay, but he's alive for some reason. Kang and Ashra have not seen. Pokemon. I don't remember this guy. Some random Jump Force creator. Oh, he was the fucking guy that gets killed by. Oh wait, no, that's different Saiyan. Different Saiyan. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's done much. Interesting. So just like, oh, he was Charlotte Raisin. Okay. So just like Johnny's VA, he doesn't. This guy who's going to be doing it for the anime, he hasn't done much. I guess that's a new trend that they want to try and get more voice actors to like come into the new scene, I guess. Where is he? Yo, Diego Brando? No. Oh, here he is. I'm about to say, yo, why are the JoJo's characters not prominent? Yep. Okay, there we go. Yet again. Yep, you were right. Martiv, if I'm saying your name right, I apologize. You're right. Yeah, the game character did not come back. Wow. And yeah, he is voiced by. What the fuck? Wait a minute. He has both? But okay. I want to imagine, because it is Dio. It's Dio. It's Dio. And he has come back to do the anime. I want to imagine when we get to the parallel universe moment, he will voice that one. Because why not? Shake it up a little bit. All right, what have you done? I imagine nothing as well. Oh, hold on. Wait. I take that back. Hang on. Whoop, hang on. It looks like he has done at least some notoriety. So he's done that the one demon upper moon who had like the split personalities. He was one of those. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, holy shit. This guy has done way more than the other two. Whoa. He's Gigi and Evil Eye in Damadon? Oh, fuck. Wait, this guy has mad credentials already. He's Ida. Yeah. Oh, wait. Ida and You're Next. Oh, is he just like Ida from the movie? They couldn't get like, oh, interesting. Oh, is he? Oh, maybe he is just Ida. Yeah. Okay. So he's just Ida. He's just Ida. So he's Ida from My Hero. He's Lance from Mashal. Yeah. Wait. This guy has way more credentials than the other two. He's this one. Yeah. This guy from Fire Emblem. I've never played any Fire Emblems. Maybe in the future, but yeah, this guy. Is he now Fumi? He's Quin Chi Wong in Regular Ragnarok. Okay. He plays a Cookie in Cookie Run Kingdom. Neat. Yep, he's Ida. He's Genos? What? He's now Fumi. Whoa, wait. All right. Unlike the Gyro and Johnny one, he's this guy from Teppen. Okay. Yeah, he's Genos. I did not know that. He's Genos. Oh, fuck. He's Gola from Kingdom Hearts 3. Oh, I don't listen to the Japanese. I only listen to the dub. He was already in JoJo's. That's already a leg up, too. He was the sail guy from Golden Wind. He was he was this guy in Overlord. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Guy got fucking mogged. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, did I not say my place? Oh, gotta scroll all the way down. Really? Yeah. Okay. So the Diego's voice actor has done way more. He's Legris from Black Clover, more Pokemon. Damn. Okay, this guy actually has a list. He actually has a list, like a real list, not just a bunch of background characters. Yeah, he's Genos. Fuck. He's Genos. Genos is going to be Diego Brando. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Let's see. Is there anyone else that I recognize? And he's already been in JoJo's before. He's been in part 5, my favorite part. He's Shockwave? Oh, that's cool. Hey, he's Vorn. Oh, wow. What up, my dude? It's been like a hot minute. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah, this guy has a long list. He's been doing this for a very long time. All right, so I'm not worried about then Diego Brando's VA. My concerns, I guess, are going to be coming down towards Gyro Zeppeli's VA. He's kind of new. And then at the same time, Johnny Joestar's VA. They are very newish to the scene, and they don't really have a lot of credentials. So we'll see how they go. This is going to be, I guess, their first real breakout role. So let's see how they perform. Yo, what's happening? We just watched the trailer for Part 7. Just went over that. Very neat. Right here. Just going over the VAs and stuff. So far, it looks good. It looks good. Just maybe a couple style choices that are interesting that I've noticed off the gate. Like, the shading, it's not bad. At least from this one scene. Mind you, this is probably like episode 1. So this is one scene from episode 1. Looks a little interesting for some of the characters, but we'll get used to it. Voice acting does sound good. I'm surprised at some of the decisions they made, but so far they all sound okay. Stefan took me back, man. I did not think All Might's VA is going to voice Stefan. But so far, it's looking good. And most importantly, hold on, let me see if I can get the scene. Let me see if I can get it. The beach scene. The beach. Sexy beach. Where is it? Yeah. No CGI horses in sight right now. There are no CGI horses. So that clears up that issue. And truth be told, you're only going to ever have at most maybe 4 horses in a given moment of a time. Like outside of like the first part of the race, you're never going to have this many horses again. So that's a big sigh of relief, I'm sure, for the animators. But I'm impressed. They stayed to their word. They said they weren't going to do CGI horses because it was going to be a weird jux to the regular style that is the David Productions anime for JoJo's. So they said no, and they meant it. I don't see any CGI horses. Okay. All right. Yeah, so that's the trailer for JoJo's Part 7. That's very good. Very, very good. Now, on to why we're actually here, of course. So we're going to talk about Part 7 as a whole. That's what the stream is really, really for. Just to kind of get into the nitty-gritty. Just give me one moment. I might have to turn on the light. It's like getting cloudy outside. But let me see. So let me read through the chat real quick. Ongolo Brando, the absolute GOAT. A nice name. Yo, what's happening? Like I said, yep, I hear you. And then voice actors who voiced in games should have been in the anime too. I mean, now we're used to that voice. Yeah, I haven't played the games. So for guys like, you know, that have been around now, called up to Part 7, and have played the games, yeah. It is definitely an interesting choice that they chose not to do that. Because I get like maybe from the idea of the industry standpoint, you would want to like get fresher voice actors that don't have a lot of roles and want to like give them an opportunity. That's fine. But if it's for like something that they've already done, I don't see why you wouldn't want to get them back in. And though they've not done it consistently, they have done it for Dio. So, you know, with this character in this universe, you wouldn't want to get Dio back? Seeing how he's also voiced this character in the game as well? So that leads me to believe that as a reveal, they could like later on in Part 7 be like, oh, actually, no, we're going to have this Dio come back and play that Dio. That will be like a big reveal. I could see that. I can see it. But yeah, I agree. It is definitely an interesting choice. Marquise, message gone. Not gonna lie, Gyro's hat from the angle looks cool and weird. Both are reflecting the sunlight. Yeah, I know what you mean. The hat scene does look interesting. I actually would love to actually have this hat. His hat is really, really cool. Let me see if I can get it. 720. Fuck that shit. Give me 180. Yeah, so the steel ball run race. The steel balls look good. They look good. Johnny's color scheme is kind of throwing me off. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, the hat looks good. The hat looks really good. The color scheme of Johnny, I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. I'm gonna be real. Cause I'm used to the colored manga. That's what we just went through. And I'm used to more purple and blue and gold. The anime is now giving him like blue, like deep blue, white as a separate t-shirt color. And then almost American flag colors, red, white, and blue. I don't know. That just doesn't really feel right. And then for you guys who are like maybe even more older and connected to the series than I am, you guys probably want like the video game. You guys probably want the video game. You guys want like green Johnny Joestar. Although I won't lie either. The green is giving off to St. Patrick's Day for me, to be honest. Like I liked the official colored manga, Johnny Joestar, the color scheme. This is different, but I'll probably get used to it. Probably. Let's see. It is CG, but it's good. It is? Are you sure? Really? I mean, maybe it's like layered CG. I don't think it is CG though. No, I don't think that's CG. I think they genuinely drew all those horses. Like, not just that scene, but like this lineup scene right here. I think they genuinely drew all the horses. Like, maybe some stuff here and there might be CG assets, but at the end of the day, it's fully incorporated drawn animation. I could be wrong. We might have to wait and see and get more information out. But so far, it looks like they're keeping their word. They're going to do very minimal CG, which is nice to see. And very, very impressive on their part. In modern day animes, it's very hard pressed to have like almost next to no like CG in it. So, good job. Good job, David. Let me see. You can see it's the same model just with different colors. I mean, let me see. Okay, could they not have drawn the asset and then repasted it over? Speaking as someone who has no idea how to animate for shit, could they not have just drawn the asset of the character and then just paste it along the scene here? Could they have not just done that? Like, it's just really drawn once and then reused all over again. Could they have not do that? Is that not how that works? Is that not like something you can do in like CG animation? Or not, I'm sorry, not CG animation, hand-drawn animation, excuse me. Dio's voice actor is goated. Yeah, I mean, he's Genos. I love Genos. He's Genos, he's now Fumi, he's Vorn, he's been in part 5. Like, this guy, Diego's voice actor really is ready for this. The other two, we'll see. We'll see. Actually, I guess because we're also there, we probably should have also done Lucy's voice actress. I'm curious on who she is. Lucy Steele, voice actor. Who have you done? Voice actress. I've never seen Oshinoko, but okay, so she was that. Never seen Hell's Paradise, but I kind of know who you are. Oh, she was Tomo? Bet. We're solid, lads. We're solid. Locked in. Let's see. Oh, she's she's MASH. She's MASH. Oh, okay. All right, so we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. She's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. Yeah. Yo, not best girl, but MASH? MASH? Okay. We're good. Oh, she was in Dragon Quest. Okay. Is she Megumin? Oh, fuck. Oh, then we're peachy. She's Amelia. Okay. She's Dawn. Okay, cool. Oh, you're that girl? Uh-huh. Yeah, she's Megumin. She's Megumin. Oh, fuck. Okay. She was Penny Parker in the Japanese release. Cool. MASH. Uh-huh. Okay. All right, so she's got credentials. She's got credentials too. So it's really just Johnny and Gyro's VA that are like the only ones that are like, yeah, they haven't really done anything. It's like, oh, sure. I guess that's okay. Again, opportunities for them to grow and show off their potential. So we do have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, she voiced CJ in the Japanese release of regular show. That's odd, but sure. Okay. All right, so that's cool. That's cool. And then I don't even have to search it up. I don't even have to search it up. I already know, like, Stephen Steele's voice actor is All Might. The way he just is like always. He always delivers the same kind of range when he speaks as any character. It's like, all right, dude. All right, we get it. We get it. You got the goddamn baritone. Fine. So, very cool. Is it leaked yet? I would doubt it is, but let me see. No. Doesn't look like it is. No. Huh. I'm surprised it's not leaked. I was trying to see if they had Valentine's voice actor announced yet. Funny Valentine voice actor. No. No, they have not. Okay. But it's probably not going to be the game. It's probably not going to be the game. Fair enough. Let's see. All right, let me read the comments, and I got to turn on the light. It's getting too dark in here. You can see the same deals direct actors to go. Light blue color scheme was good, but we can adjust with the new one. Yeah, I guess so. This Lucy Steele looks like Koichi from Rohan OVA. Not Koichi, Koha. Rohan. Why is my caps lock fucking on? OVA. Oh, did you actually mean Koichi? Oh, maybe you did mean Koichi. My dumb ass. Let me see. Where are you? Come on. Show me Lucy. Kind of. I can see your point. Yeah. I know that the character designer for this is also going to be the one that did part 4. That they are the ones who did part 4, part 5, I think a little bit of part 3. But this definitely, yes, you are correct. It gives off more of a part 4 art style than anything else for Lucy. And it is what it is. It does make her look more mature. And I think that's going to be needed because we all know, the online community is going to be tilted when we get to her and her entire storyline. Like, she's a good character. She's interesting, which we're going to discuss in a moment. But her existence is just problematic. It's just very problematic. And I've been saying it for the longest time during the read-through. She's going to be an issue for the online community. Like, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Okay, but let me see. Lucy still looks like the one from... Yep, People are hating on no reason. I was on stream where a guy called JJK Season 3 trailer better than Steel Ball Run. I mean, there's more budget towards the JJK trailer. We haven't, like... mind you, they're both teaser trailers, so you haven't really seen anything yet. The idea behind a teaser trailer is that you're seeing, realistically, mainly the first episode's screenshots, sometimes still shots, and maybe a shot or two of later episodes. Like, this is all going to be the beginning of the race, right here. Like, this is a predominant portion of Episode 1. And it looks fine. Episode 1 quality looks fine. There's, like, nothing that need to be shown. The only reason I can see people complaining is that we didn't see any of the action scenes yet. We don't know what that's going to look like. The closest thing that we got was Gyro knocking that one fucking thief's hand off, which looks like JoJo's. It looks like JoJo's. So if you're a regular JoJo's anime fan, this should look good to you. But obviously, because JJK is a part of the new industry quality of, shine above all else. Yeah, of course. Any new trailer that doesn't, like, show just 10 out of 10, like, framework, impact frame, animation probably does look bad in comparison. But in overall quality of what you're trying to get and what you're trying to sell, this is good. This is good. This is fine. You know, again, outside of maybe some stuff that we mentioned, this is a fine trailer. There's nothing bad about this. It's just, well, the JJK fan community, especially the anime community, they are now hopped on gloss and only know that quality and will only see that quality and think that's what matters. And to a degree, I can't blame them for thinking that, but this is not bad. So I would not definitely, like, you know, say, oh, by leaps and bounds, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure teaser trailer is shitty compared to JJK's. Not if you are discussing, like, quality in the framework of, okay, what are you looking for? Like, JoJo's Typical's animation getting for its anime coming back, yeah, this is fine. This is actually on par with what we needed. If you wanted, like, Demon Slayer, JJK, Chainsaw Man, then sure, yeah, I guess it's a disappointment, but that's not what this was supposed to be. At least not yet. Not yet. Like, when we get to, like, the final battles and stuff, I would imagine they're gonna pop off for sure. But yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, it depends on how you're coming into this to view it. Sure, on some viewpoints, maybe it's not the most amazing thing ever, but it's fine. It served its purpose. I don't see the issue, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm the one that's insane and I'm missing something. But I'm sorry that you were seeing that. I don't know why people are dunking on this. Like, outside of, like, minor things, like I mentioned, like some shading stuff that looks different, color schemes look a little different. Voice acting stuff, if you dig deeper into it, it's like, okay, we can talk about maybe potentially CGI. Like, is this actually CGI? I don't really know. I would say not, but maybe the person's right. Maybe, like, they are using some smaller aspects of CGI to copy and paste. Could be. Outside of that, it's good. This is really good. Like, so far, there's nothing really more to discuss outside of the bare basics of what we get in this almost 1 minute trailer. Not even a full 1 minute. So, I don't know. Lucy looks like her design from the manga. I think she looks more like Part 4. Nah. Like, obviously the art style develops over the time in each part. For sure. Oh my, bro, this is diabolical. Okay, we're gonna get to the memes later. We're gonna get to the memes later, but bro, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, Araki, please, please. Oh, the fandom is gonna just collapse in itself like a dying star. Nah, she definitely. They definitely did change her up. Like like this shot here, she looks more mature. Here, she actually does look her age, which is gonna be a oh boy. But no, there are definitely times, especially later on, like she does develop. She does develop a new style, and it does look distinctly different. So I wouldn't say she looks like her manga counterpart. She definitely in this frame looks older, but it's very stylized in Part 4 style compared to like the other styles. Like if you go to like here, this looks like you would see in Part 5 and Part 6. Same thing with Johnny right here. He looks like he belong in like maybe like Part 5 or 6. Her like smoothness does look like Part 3. Or not Part 3, Part 4. It definitely does. Definitely does. Stefan Steele's voice actor, I meant. Steele's voice actor also voiced. Oh, hold on. I fucking went to a different chat. Hold on. Or not a chat, different comments. I just went completely different. So Lucy looks like her design for the manga. Not really, but that's fine. I don't know. I kind of like it. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying, yeah, it does look like a Part 4 design more than like anything else. Steele's voice actor also voiced Abdul. Yes, he did. Yes, I am, which is funny because we're gonna have Abdul coming up. So I'm expecting Abdul, Stroheim. Was there any other significant characters? Baba, the granny. They're not gonna have their voice actors that we normally know them as. They're probably gonna have someone different, which is like, oh, I can't have Yes, I Am. Seven Steel's worked out. Yeah, I got you. I think they wanted new talent so we wouldn't be like, oh, it's him from that. I mean, sure, but at the same time, you can't tell me you don't want to hear. You can't tell me you don't want to hear this again. Come on now, guys. You're not saying you would get bored of that. Come on. It's the classics for a reason. It's the classics. But sure, yeah, I get what you mean. Golden Wind peaked at animation. Hope Steel Ball Run as a final production will be on the same level or better. I definitely think if we want to be realistic and say like it should keep to the manga, it should evolve as time goes on. So I am hoping, yes, by like the latter half, like once we get, this is a good transition to start getting into like the actual main discussion of like Part 7 and like go over it. But like once we get to like probably Wrecking Ball, maybe the Sugar Mountain arc, we'll start to notice maybe an increase in quality of designs, fights, all that 9 yards. And then yeah, I agree. Part 5 to me, especially if you look at the anime, is the best part when it comes to a lot of things. And I think consistent animation is, damn, it's beautiful. It's just fucking beautiful. Like, one of my favorite scenes is still Bruno. Hold on. Bruno versus... Oh, I don't know who you are. JoJo's Part 5. No. What was his name? Fucking big ass head? Who was this dude? Pesci. Yes, Pesci. One of my favorite shots in JoJo's is the Arrivederci. It looks so good, man. Arrivederci. Oh my god. Hold on. How do you spell it? Damn it. No. Oh, I can't find it. All right. Well, my point still stands. Yeah. Part 5, just, oh, man, the shading, the backlighting, all of it on a consistent basis just looked so good. And because they did get a different person for 6 when it comes to character designs, at least, from what I remember. You could tell, plus the goddamn breaks, that they chose to go into a different direction. It wasn't bad. It was just noticeable. And right now, because it seems like this part is incorporating, I think they have 2 different art style people. It's right here. Yes. Here we go. So they have 2 different art style people. I'm sorry, they have 3 different art style people. So they have the character designer, the head. Then they have sub-character designers. They have, like, 4 of them. And I think of those, most of them are from Part 4 and Part 6, mixed with Part 5 and Part 3. So it's like, the style right now for 7 is kind of jumbled. It is for sure jumbled between those parts. And it's very noticeable. But it's not bad. Let's make that very clear. Like, this looks like something that you see in Part 5. Easy. Whereas Lucy right now, at least for this one shot, looks like she belongs in Part 4. But so far, it's not bad. Let's just maybe get a little bit more consistent. And, like, I agree. We should probably, the best of the best, let's go back to that Part 5, baby. Fucking Neil. Let's get back to that Part 5 quality, because I think that was when we peaked out. That's when we peaked. I like Part 3's animation, of course. You know, 2 and 1. But peak JoJo's animation, I do think, is Part 5. So let's get back there. And I think we will realistically get to that at some point. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Give me one moment. I'm gonna, like, just turn on my lights. Because I need to be bathed in sunlight. Give me one moment. All right. That's better. Yeah, that's better. Better. But okay. Yeah, so the animation right now from the trailer is fine. It's pretty good. There's no major issues. We don't have to compare it to JJK. Everyone can just hold their horses, literally hold horse. It's fine. It's good. It's doing what it needs to show for a teaser trailer. Okay? Nothing to be concerned about. Immediately. Literally, most of these scenes are just going to be from the first episode. We still have to wait to see how the long haul is going to look like. All right, so let me read a couple more comments, and then we're going to get into the actual meat of this, which is, hey, we're going to discuss Part 7. The good, the bad, the ugly, and then we're going to go into some memes. Then we're going to end off with a tier list. All right, so let me read. Golden Wind was peak anime. Right, yes. I do think we're going to get back to that, for sure. We have Burn and Build. Teaser came. Yay! I know. Everyone was dying. I remember when I started, like, my read-through. Everyone's like, oh, the teaser's out. Like, no, guys. I literally wrote it in the goddamn stream. Like, we're reading. But yes, every time. Teaser. Teaser! Like, fucking Caesar over here. Teaser! Like, everyone wanted it. Like, I got it. I know. We're all fiending for Part 7 to come out. I got you. I understand. But now it's here. Now it's here in all its glory. And I think it's good. Oh, I want to hear Dio again. Don't get me wrong. Right, exactly. Like, I know people want to hear Dio again. Everyone wants to hear Muda. Like, everyone wants it. But at the same time, I do understand from an industry standpoint, you need more voice actors to step up. It is what it is. Abdul and Dio's voices are too good. They really are, man. Oh, I need. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see. Oh, take me back. Take me back. Take me back. Yes, dude. Fuck. I want to rewatch part 3. I want to rewatch part 3, but I know that would take me. Realistically, I would like to rewatch everything. I'm upset that he doesn't do more in the new fucking universe. But yes, oh, they're just so good. They're so good. They're so stinking good. It's just sad to know that realistically, we're probably not going to hear them, even in this new universe. Ooh, that's some good artwork. That's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, that can be the fucking backdrop of what we're going to be going into for the discussion. Very, very nice. I like that. Hey, go shout out to this artist on their Twitter, socials, whatever this is. This is not my art. This is this person's art right here. I'm just using this as a backdrop right now. But yeah, Abdul's voice actor is so good. Fucking amazing. Let's see. Burn and build. Yeah, the fishing rod. Fishing rod, Pesci, that was so good. I love that moment. Arrivederci. You son of a bitch. And then he just gets annihilated. It's like, yeah. Get fucking sticky fingered. And then like, yes. Let's see. So, Ungle again. Things that make me love part 3 because it was plot serious as mother of the main character is gonna die and all these dudes are going most goofy stuff. Yeah. I guess that is an interesting take on that. Like to like part 3, it's like we have a very serious thing and then we have like a bunch of moments of just them being bros on a fucking world adventure hanging out together. But that's kind of the vibe, though. That vibe worked. The vibe worked for that, and it was a good time. And then it was a sad time. So, yeah, that's another reason why I do like part 3. And I think people give part 3 way too much shit. I think people give part 3 way too much shit. That's just me. Martova. With Lucy, I mean like the first early design in chapter 1. Yeah, I guess so. We can actually go right there now. We can go there right now. Just like shows up. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, yeah, like Lucy's fine. She's fine for right now. There's nothing too problematic with anything. Not yet. Obviously, when we get into her character, oh boy. The internet's not ready. It's not ready. Let's see. Later, she looks totally different. Yeah, I mean, most of the characters look different. And again, he does that in every part. It's not just part 7. It's a style choice. You do that as the series goes on, and then blah, blah, blah. We all know this. We all know the explanation. It's just is still something to, like, mention. Like, damn, like, what the fuck happened? You guys get goddamn facelifts. Johnny could be better. Dio is perfect. Yeah, I guess so. Okay, let's get into discussion. We're here for a particular reason. We want to do the discussion of Part 7. So, Part 7 Steel Ball Run. The first thing that comes to mind when I first was going into this was hype. Everyone and their grandmother had sold me on the idea that Steel Ball Run is Araki's magnum opus. This is his magnum opus. The greatest thing that Araki has ever put to pen to paper. The greatest thing since sliced bread. People have just bombarded, not just me, but the streets of the anime and manga community that once we get to Part 7 being animated, which is now slowly coming out, we were going to witness peak fiction. Now, we had just finished our Part 7 read-through 2 weeks ago. Go check it out. We have a whole playlist. It was a very fun time. What is my honest opinion about Part 7? I will definitely say this, off the gate. This is definitely, for sure, not one of the worst parts. easy. To me, to date, I think the worst part, and when I say worst part, keep in mind, I'm not saying like as a general like writing, like compared to other series, is it shitty? I'm just saying in its collective universe of parts, the worst part to me is still probably part 4. It's either part 4 or part 6. To me, those are the worst parts. And I understand people are going to have heart attacks because, Yoshikage, how dare you slander his name? Yoshikage is like one of the best reasons for part 4 being good. Outside of him, that part is like, holy shit, what are we doing here? And then part 6, not even with just the anime, I do think the overall setting and tones of it, until like the very end of it, it was alright. It wasn't really that kind of groundbreaking or locking in that we were invested in like in the other parts, especially coming off of part 5. Meh. Pucci was fun, though. He was a good villain. Jolene's not a bad main character. I was saying the vibes just weren't there. If I had to edge one over another one, I would probably do 6 and then 4. 4. Yeah. But Steel Ball Run, getting back to the main topic, Steel Ball Run is definitely not one of the worst parts in JoJo's. By far. It is not. However, do I think this is the most perfect JoJo's part? No, I do not. I'll put it simple. It is not the most perfect JoJo's. In fact, I actually do have some stuff I want to go into that is going to be more of the negative side of JoJo's Part 7. But first, let's get some of the positives out of the way. I feel like that's kind of like the easiest to get into. So positive number 1 is the setting. I like the setting of Part 7. It is by far, I think, the most different environment. And I say that very vastly because it does play an important role in the actual storylining of the story of Part 7, the environment. I do think Part 7 is probably the most interesting environment that we've gotten to date. We are traversing all of America. The great North American continent is our setting, and we get a lot of diverse characters from different states. We get a lot of oh my god, I can't spell. A lot of biomes that we have to go through and navigate through. That's off the gate a very cool concept. The idea that this is a Steel Ball Run race, which is essentially a cross-continental derby that we're going down. So all you Uma Musume fans out there, that just know fucking waifus that are horse girls. Sad. But the Steel Ball Run race being an actual race across the North American continent, off the gate, is a very interesting idea. And I think how Araki goes through it is a very good way of showcasing the environments and our characters having to adapt to said unique areas and terrains. Very well done on Araki's part. Thank you for making the Americas look a little bit more interesting than what we kind of just only got from Part 6, which was in Florida, which was fine, but America's more than Florida, even though the memes are like Ohio, Texas, Florida, California, that's it. It's like, no, we have a lot. And speaking of, just the setting, let's also talk about the obvious elephant in the room. This is a new universe. A completely new universe that does not revolve around our main cast of characters, aka the original Joestar family and their plot points. And this, as I was told in the beginning of my read-through, again, go check it out on the channel, this is not the same universe that we end up with Pucci and Emporio. This is its own side universe. So again, right off the bat, Araki's taking a very bold choice and leaping into a new storyline that does not involve the previous universe or the one that he even set up by the end of Part 6. So we are starting fresh. And I think as a style, that's very risky for you to do, especially when you've been going for so long that he has. Like, this came out in 2005, if I'm not mistaken. Part 7 came out when I was like fucking 5 years old. And it ended, I think, in 2010 or 11. So, yeah, man. Like, a good portion of his time in the 2000s. And this is not even his last part. He's done way more before that, too. So it's like, the vampire Araki theories are not off, man. The man's crazy. But the fact that like he decides to, you know, take a new risk for his writing of his own storyline, I think a lot of other series would not be able to pull that off. I don't think they would be able to do that. But you know what? Despite my clamorings on like, oh, I do wish if we would have had some other characters here and there pop up, or maybe introduce the idea that we could save the universe, which, if I ever do get to creating videos, that will be a little conspiracy theory of mine, a little what if idea. Like, maybe we could save the idea of the original universe. But I digress. The idea that he's going to start from scratch is a very interesting idea, and I think he pulls it up masterfully. Obviously, there are allusions to the original story. You have characters take up names and mantles that are supposed to be direct callbacks to his other characters, but outside of names and maybe some very loose similar storylines, they are their own characters. Johnny Joestar is an allegory for Jonathan Joestar. Their names are kind of like diverting of each other, really. Diego Brando is obviously Dio Brando, which they literally just call him at times, Dio Brando. Gyro Zeppeli. The Zeppelis are finally back after, what, since part 2? The Zeppelis have been gone for, like, goddamn, how many? Part 3, part 4, part 5, and part 6. 4 fucking parts, and now the Zeppelis are finally coming back. So he's locking into some very fundamental characters in his storyline, and they're here. And you know what? The new twist on them is very interesting, which we will get into later as another positive and interesting point of part 7. But he's relying on his fundamental, like, ground characters that he's had for a very long time, but at the same time, giving a new twist that they are their own characters. And outside of other nods here and there, like you would have an Abdul pop up every once in a while, a Stroheim would show up every once in a while, an allusion to the Oingo Boingo brothers is in the background. If you look hard enough, it's like, oh, okay. Outside of those little cheeky nods, they themselves, outside of names and some character, like, you know, storylines, are pretty much their own characters. So again, he's leaning into, like, this is JoJo's that we know, but with a new twist. And I like it. I like it. I was curious on how it's going to go, but you know what? He sells us that these are their own characters, and they own it. They own it, and it's masterful on how they just exist and what they go through on their own little adventures that are completely different than what happens with the characters that they are parallel towards and, if not, inspired by. So I think that's a very good thing that Steel Ball Run had gave us. That, again, other series, I don't know if they were able to pull this off. I will be 100% real with all of you right now. I don't think other people could do this. Well, like, say, in an alternate universe of Naruto, we get, like, another Naruto, like, situation, but it's, like, called Maruto. And it's, like, kind of going a similar storyline. I think people would not be interested in that. I really don't. I really don't. I'm interested if they specify in the show that this has nothing to do with the previous universe. At this moment, Netflix has separated JoJo's and Steel Ball Run as 2 different shows. That is very true, and that gets into our next point, that, you know, going into this. Yes, these are different universes, and that, again, like I mentioned, we are in our own unique space. This is not connected to the Poochie scenario. This is not connected to the JoJo's storyline. As far as I know, we're going on our unique path. And from part 8 onwards, I don't know if it's going to follow part 7, too. We could be going into the future with our own unique storylines and universes that have no real connections to each other outside the JoJo's name. And that's essentially it. But as a creator who's been doing this for a long time, Araki I'm talking about, it's his story at the end of the day. And for him to take a big risk like that, I think is just shows how bold of a writer he is, and then how successful it can turn out. And, you know, my hat is off to him. Like, he's really, really probably up there with one of, like, generational mangaka. Like, he's up there with Toriyama. He's up there with my dude, fucking Togashi. He's up there, even though I have issues with him, obviously, Oda. He's up there with Oda and so many other more mangaka outside of Shonen Jump as well. He's definitely up there, and he's proven it time and time again, especially when he has to make something new and very fresh that is Steel Ball Run off of his already existing property. So again, very interesting choice. I'm curious, like you mentioned, Martiv, how Netflix is going to handle the revealing and kind of like, this is new. This is something new, loose connections to the previous universe, but be aware, this is new. Getting to more stuff that I think are positives for this, the art style. Let's have a discussion about the art style. The art style is very different than previous other JoJo's. Like, if we just look at it verbatim, like, you can see the inspiration and glow up of what was inspired from, like, let's say, the manga's point of part 5 and 6. But Araki, as time progresses, I feel like more so than ever, he develops this part as its own unique style, and it shows. Not only with unique backdrops of the settings, but also just the character's own motifs and the symbolism that goes around how they are dressed, how they are expressing their mannerisms, all of that style. So the actual like dressing style and also just the coloration, which we did go and read the official colored manga. This is official color schemes right here. Very interesting. Obviously, the anime is changing it up a little bit. So that's, going to be something that's going to be divisive maybe for some people. But the color schemes are pretty good. The overall dress wear, though JoJo's, for sure, very, very JoJo's, is still very peak and is showing off Araki's very choice style when it comes to actual attire. Very nice. The actual physical bodies, this was a discussion that we had earlier in the read-through. How do people feel about the more skinnier, realistic proportions that Araki's sliding into compared to the originals? Like, obviously, the most extreme. Part 1. Like, I have to admit, I was not sure how I was going to like the art style change from part, 1 into now, after all these years, into part 7. I am still today a fan of part 1 style. Also, I do think from a manga body style, like part 3, I think might be the best. So, though I think it is a solid, style. Oh my God. It's a solid style for part 7 to go under and can be very more realistically expressed. I still do clamor the olden days of the part 1s, the part 2s, the part 3s. But I'm aware, yes, realistically and anatomically correct, they're not good. They're not good, but they added their own charm to it, which is what happens here as well in part 7, where I do think we have its own unique charm that's very appropriate for the setting. If you did have something like part 3 style here, it would probably take people out for sure. So, once again, as a positive thing, though it's not my favorite, I do think the style does definitely grow on me and will probably grow on a lot of people that this is a very beautiful way of showcasing the characters' motifs and their overall body anatomies and stuff. He's come a very long way. The fucking vampire that he is, like, his style just continues to grow. So once again, Araki, Steel Ball, another plus. Your actual design quality, very good. I was a little hesitant, but I have to admit, this is very good. This is very, very good. I mean, the semi-realistic art style is basically unadaptable one-to-one. Yeah, I get that. I get that. It is very hard to adapt. And that's kind of why, even in the anime, they kind of had to go their own separate way from the original manga. But again, that has its own little charm to it. But I digress. This is not a time to defend part 1, nor is it a time to defend, other choices of other parts. I'm primarily just trying to talk over the points of, like, the good things of part 7. Now, another thing I want to get into that is a good thing for part 7. That is the power scheme. And that's going to be, I think, brought up into 2 main factors here. Number 1 will be the new power system that Araki creates. And I'm going to probably say this might be his best power system he's made. And that, of course, is, hold on, let's see if I can get it. The spin. The steel balls themselves. This is a very fascinating ability set and drives the story forward outside of another aspect that we will get to later. But then, of course, are the second point, the stands. The stands themselves are very interesting in how they're portrayed here in this part compared to the other parts that we've had stands in. They are definitely not the prototypes that they were like in part 3, but at the same time, they have their own unique style and usage that feels almost like they're taking inspiration of stuff from part 5 and part 6, but at the same time, they're their own unique thing. But let's first get to the steel balls. Hold on. Make sure you hydrate. Make sure you hydrate. So the steel balls themselves, when you first get introduced to them, you don't think too much on it. Like, okay, maybe this is Araki's way of like reintroducing Hamon. Was at least I would assume a lot of people's, including my own interpretation of what was going on here. Like, what are these weird things that are being introduced by this guy? Especially because the introduction was 𝐁𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐫𝐫𝐞, which I want to talk about his character individually. You know, when we get introduced to them, it's like, okay, Hamon 2.0. And again, I have to say this, I was shocked, but we cannot go off of that metrics. This is not Hamon 2.0. The only thing that's like very similar to it being Hamon again is just the fact that, the Italian man of Zeppelins are the ones to introduce this power to our main Jojo Star character against a threat and has been used against, other people like Dio. Like, that's really about it. The spin is its own unique power system. And when I say unique, I'm putting that very mildly. The spin is probably one of the best power systems I have seen in a very long time. Like, I don't know if it's up there with, like, Hunter x Hunter's Nen, but it's damn near close. Like, I'm not even going to lie. Like, I'm even thinking it might be better than stands. Like, the overall functionality and utility that you can get from spin is absolutely ridiculous. And Araki knows it's ridiculous. But you know what? That's where JoJo's lies in its amazing storytelling and fight scenarios. They know it's ridiculous, but they lean into that ridiculously and they double down on it and say, nah, you gotta get weirder. You gotta get more creative. You gotta get more dumbfoundedly, scientifically impossible, and yet also at the same time very valid in the field of science. It's like this weird jumble of, okay, let's take real world physics, put it on its head, and then slap it and let's get to work. It's like, damn, dude. And that's what the spin is, man. The spin on a simple, fundamental thing is the idea of perpetual motion. In real world terms, it's the idea that energy is being converted into a force of movement, and the idea that it will never truly dissipate unless another force is acted upon it. In real world right now, we're trying to figure out this level of technology, and in this world, it is like almost the closest analogy I guess I would have to say to this, or parallel, would be like the Force. It's just a fundamental source of energy that the Zeppelins primarily, although there is something else that they do introduce later on, but primarily the Zeppeli families is the only one to really like harness and fundamentally understand this power in a very deep way. They are able to unlock this natural source of energy that just exists around us, and they use it in the form of the steel balls. The steel balls are a very cool power set. The idea that you are using a simple metal, steel, in this case, although it's green, and sometimes they do kind of go back and forth like, okay, what actually is this thing made out of? It's called a steel ball, but you used like regular iron to make it? Whatever. Outside of that, the steel balls are very fascinating. They are a very simple design, but they are a sleek design. They are a very sleek design, and you know what? That's all they need to be. They need to be sleek because the rest of the story fucking carries on how it's used. Very much so. If we ever get like a real version of this, not just like my little spinner right here, I'm going to buy it. I am absolutely going to buy it. But yeah, they harness the idea of perpetual spin and rotation and focusing on these spinning steel balls, which then will transfer the kinetic perpetual energy of motion to targets and then will deal subsequent effects to them. What kind of effects am I talking about? Well, in some points in the story, you'll literally have the power of the steel ball that can actively move people's bodies to the point of their muscles are literally being forced and contorted in an unnatural phenomenon in ways that would not be realistic for people to have nowadays or at all. But the power of spin makes it possible, where you are literally forcing someone's internal muscles by transferring that energy onto an individual to do them harm from an impact standpoint. But then the follow-up is, oh yeah, you are your own worst enemy. That's insane. Off the gate. Off the gate. That is a very insane ability, number one. But it doesn't stop there. Oh, no, no, no. It gets even crazier when the fact that you have the goddamn spin, which that's the energy technique. With the energy technique, it gets into some crazy physics that's like, holy fuck, if this is how real life worked, it would be a much more interesting place. But other examples, like low-key, before we get into like the crazier stuff, is that Gyro is able to actually use the power of perpetual motion to basically move his own body's muscles to contort like he does with his enemies, but to the point of his body can perform superhuman activities, such as imagine a gunman was standing right in front of you, fires off bullets, tries to hit you with the clicky, but guess what? Because you have the power of rotation activating on your own muscle fibers, let's say the bullets are going to try and hit your face. By sending the energy throughout your body, you are rippling your muscles that are then redirecting the bullets on contact, and then essentially you're bulletproof for a brief moment of time. Holy shit, that's amazing. Then it gets even crazier, where he's able to modify the surrounding environments, where he's able to create like bullets out of the ground and dirt, because he's sending, again, these perpetual energy wavelengths and shaping things around him to a very simple degree at times. And I feel like they could have definitely developed more on like, hey, the creative aspect of what if I like wanted to make something more out of constructs. But still, though, for what it was worth, it was still very cool. Like, you can make bullets out of the ground. I argued because you can reconstruct the surrounding areas, even divert fucking air pressure at one point when we get to the later part of the story where he's literally using the power of spin to divert air pressure against Disco. That's crazy, man. I feel like I'm like using crazy too much, but it's true. Like, this is insane. The level of like ingenuity you could have with the spin, even to what they only showed us, could do so much more. But again, this is the basic level of spin, and I do mean basic because we do find out as we go through the journey of Gyro and Johnny, our two main protagonists over here, that there are levels to this. There are levels. Specifically, it revolves around, I think, 5 key lessons that he tries to instill. We'll watch also a quick video on the actual spin itself just to go over it. But essentially, it comes down through these 5 lessons that are also morally and philosophically installed from the Zeppeli family that Johnny also learns along the adventures, that there are different power types to the spin. There's the simple idea of transferring perpetual energy to the spin to get something to spin rotatingly and then affect other people's body, and then use it as impact damage or piercing damage or cutting damage onto your foes. Sure, that's simple as it is, as crazy as that might sound. Then you get to the extreme shit later, and there's specifically 3 aspects. You introduce the idea of the golden rectangle. Now, a lot of us are probably like, what the fuck is that? Is that something that we were supposed to learn in mathematics and probably slept through? Honestly, they probably did go over this in mathematics or in a physics class, and I just fucking did sleep through it. It is what it is. Hand of God, yeah, probably slept through it. But Araki is not one to shy away, like a Hunter x Hunter story, where they like to introduce the ideas of key physics terms and then twist it for their own story to make it a lot more interesting. But the simple idea of the golden rectangle is, in the world of existence, from a mathematical standpoint, there is a perfect dichotomy of shapes that can perfectly fit into one another if you have the right degree of angle and kind of like blockage of like perception. And once you find that access point that goes into a almost curve like this, once you can find that, you can then elevate the spin technique, magnifying it to unparalleled levels of power. Now, it does have its own unique drawbacks, such as in the beginning of getting into like the second stage, as it were, Johnny had, with Gyro's help, of course, had to very much use imagery to kind of form the golden rectangle or find images in the world of perfect, parallel, symmetrical things. So think Death the Kid from Soul Eater. You kind of have to find very symmetrical objects to kind of form your imaginary golden rectangle, to imagine this curve for your power to be boosted. But once you did do that, your power like amplifies greatly, so to the point of you can then shoot longer distances. They're still kind of bound by like the JoJo's range dichotomy, though it is kind of a little inconsistent at times. That is kind of maybe an early negative. I will point out that there are inconsistencies of the range, because there are points where it's like, oh yeah, when Johnny unlocks the golden rectangle for the first time, he makes a note that like, oh, you know, my range is now way better. Way, way better. He can go super fucking far. But then later on, it kind of gets a little tricky on like how far is he actually shooting with the golden rectangle. Let me do this. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I can't pull it up. All right, fuck it. But yeah, the golden rectangle is a very powerful upgrade to not only increase your distance, but also increase the overall power, because in this curve that you see here, which is the simple basic property of the spin in its entirety, is the idea that you are making this curve that forms in everything, but because it's a curve and it goes through space, there is an infinite amount of space in every single object. So this curve isn't really just a curve. It is a continuation of that perpetual energy going on forever. So that's why the level of power, though it has to be set up, and again, you have to form that imaginary rectangle at first, but it kind of becomes second nature for them. Once you get that set up, you are developing power unlike anything else and dealing massive damage to the point like you're almost like performing Ki from Dragon Ball. It's like getting damn near close to Ki. But that is only the golden rectangle. There is actually another step that Johnny continues to grow, and is something that the Zeppelis haven't really mastered, and that is the golden rotation. The difference between the golden rotation and the idea of the golden rectangle is very simple, but it comes down to the idea that instead of just forming the outline of the goddamn rectangle to increase your power and kind of concentrate the spin into to grow in power, with the golden rectangle, or with the golden rotation, it does get kind of like tongue twister a little bit. But the idea with the golden rotation is that you are then like fueling that infinite power, magnifying it to unlocking new potentials of usage with the rotation. Specifically, Johnny's the one who primarily uses this technique, outside of like later on when we get into the last technique, which is something Gyro also unlocks. the golden rotation basically gives him a lot more of a punch to his abilities, such as, once again, it increases the power of his attacks, the range of his attacks. But with Johnny, it goes a step forward. He's now unlocking the idea of what we said earlier when it comes to that golden spiral, the fucking spiral that pierces through dimensions. He's now almost, in a way, tapping into space manipulation with the golden rectangle, and we'll get to that a little bit more into the stand conversations, because again, the stands are going to be very interesting to discuss for this part. But with this now level 2 of spin that Johnny primarily manipulates, he's actively now almost bending certain fabrics of space itself because of the power and control of the infinite golden rotation and the golden rectangle in use of each other. So that's the third thing that you get from spin. The fourth thing is now an extra level that even 𝐕𝐸𝐸s themselves have only theoretically thought of, but never could actually use because of the simple fact that it apparently revolves around horseback riding. It does feel kind of a little contrived just because, we're in a horse race, so the final stage of evolution of power for our main characters does in fact revolve around horses. That is like, okay, that's a little convenient. It's a little convenient, but sure, why not? So the fourth stage gets even crazier than the last couple. So the fourth stage is, oh god, that's fucking blurry as shit. Let me see. Oh, that's better. That's better. So the fourth stage of power that 𝐕𝐸𝐸 then introduces at the grand finale of our adventure and our final struggle in the final battle, which I will talk about as its own little segment, is that there is the idea of the perfect golden rectangle, or the perfect rectangle rotation. And the idea revolves around you are using, instead of the energy you are building up through the idea of making a mental golden rectangle, through mastering the golden rotation, you're using the momentum of objects around you to boost yourself even further. But specifically, it's through the cadent movement of your horse, because the horse apparently has a perfect way of trotting that you have to get down with your own kind of synchronization with it. But once you do that with the other techniques in hand, you are basically taking the kinetic energy that they do as they move, fuel it into you, and you unlock the true perfect rotation. And with this rotation, you are taking things to damn near like holy fuck tier of power, where you have enough potential infinite energy, and I do mean that loosely, infinite energy, that you are having characters that are defying stand abilities. Like damn near like, hey, your abilities just don't work anymore, and are like subsequently surpassing like abilities that we only dreamed they could actually achieve. You're getting to the point of like characters with this ultimate technique that was theorycraft and only was actualized by these two characters that are like bending rules of like laws of physics. That's how insane this ability comes from. So other series that would have these kind of OP abilities, I feel like would be off the gate not as fleshed out, and that would be their immediate problem as they continue to build and build and build on it. Here, Araki, I think, definitely takes his time to give you the idea of like rotation as a concept. Like, okay, on a simple level, if you don't evolve it, this is what it can do. But you do have to then introduce the crazy shit of everyone's a 400 IQ genius out here, or like has some sort of concept of mathematics and physics. That's just JoJo style in general, though. You introduce that, and then the gates of wonder just open up with this power. And again, it is a slow buildup. It's not immediately a, oh, we're now just better than everyone. No, there is struggle. There are also times where I do think they don't properly use their abilities in certain scenarios, but again, we'll get to that in the more of the negative stuff. But Araki does handle this very powerful ability, especially by the end, in a very controlled manner. And I like that. Again, that shows creativity, that shows restraint, that shows that he is a very competent writer to make a very powerful ability seem not that kind of power that could get out of hand and that can be just willy-nilly for every scenario and also just given to anyone. It's like, no, there are rules to this and you have to follow these rules. And I appreciate that. And again, it just showcases after all this time that Araki has been doing JoJo's, been doing manga creation in general, that he can still find a way to be very, very creative on how he's handling like these very fascinating creative powers and abilities with new interesting ways to tie into physics. Very cool. I like that when a series does that. And I think this part, more than anything, definitely taps into that physics-loving aspect of me. So that's one. That's the one thing about power that Araki handles very beautifully. Now, the next good thing about his power scheme is the stands. The stands have always been, ever since part 3, a main factor of JoJo's. In fact, people probably would say pre-stands aren't JoJo's. Like, whenever you think of JoJo's, it has to be the stand era that, like, we got from part 3. Without stands, what is JoJo's? And to a degree, I do kind of get where people are coming from when they say that. Like, I honestly could not tell you if I were to imagine just JoJo's off the top of my mind. Yeah, it probably would be something involving the stands themselves. They changed how Araki was going to handle the story going from here on out in a very good way, I would argue. Early on, part 3 stands, yes, he was still finding his way and how they worked, the functionality of them, but overall, stands were a boon for the series. And we see over time, Araki continue to try to develop them out in insane ways, some of which are kind of dumb, some of which are definitely still confusing to this day, for sure. Like Notorious B.I.G., it's like, okay, how does this work? Then we get to part 7. Part 7 and their stands, I do think, takes another step to a new area that we haven't seen before, where obviously the basic idea of stands are they are spiritual entities that stand by you. They are now more naturally formed energy that are the kind of existence that is the pinnacle of energy that will exist. And when I say that, I don't mean that figuratively. I genuinely mean that because we have in the manga, specifically a bonus chapter. I'm pretty sure it's bonus chapter like 40.2 or something. Let me see. We'll go right here. Okay, actually, it's right here. 42.5, which is something that I don't know if they're going to add into the anime. I will assume so. But this kind of reconstitutes and puts the perspective back into, okay, Araki's universe. How does it actually work? How do these stands function? What are the connective stuff, if there is any connective stuff, to things like Hamon, Spin, and even the fucking stone mask? In this bonus chapter that we actually get a kind of restructuring and reaffirming of Araki's universe to say that stands are the pinnacle, end-all, be-all of all other abilities that will pour in and eventually become, if they're lucky enough for the user, a stand user. So Hamon, the stone mask, so a vampire, and the power of Spin with the steel balls. All of those things are now rewritten to be able to get stands. That's a big thing, which I'm going to talk more in maybe a more neutral, not necessarily negative, but like a more neutral thing that I feel like is very important to like at least give to people like, hey, this is something that we do have to consider, like might be kind of an issue. But anyway, so we have that kind of like reintroduced in that part, in this bonus chapter, kind of reconfirming some stuff, changing some stuff, maybe outright retconning some stuff. But at the end of the day, we have stands again. The stands in part 7, though, are kind of interesting. And I'm not just talking about our main character over here, which, Oh, Jesus, we got to talk about this. We will absolutely talk about Tusk. The stands as a whole in Part 7, from a design-wise, feel definitely more unique than what we got in previous parts, where the previous parts, for the most of their appearances, were the typical semi-human-like stands that we would get, and they kind of had their typical characteristics. Some of them talked a lot more through their characters and whatnot. But here, they kind of do serve their original functionality, which was they are guardian spirits, and then in this, they serve to kind of amp their users for them to do most of the combat stuff. You kind of get a few exceptions here and there that you do actively see, like, oh no, the stand themselves is doing the fighting. They are. But most of the time in Part 7, it's actually the stand user that's fighting, not the stand itself, where in Part 3, when we got to the end of it, a good example would be, Dio and Jotaro sending out Star Platinum in the world. What were they doing? Oh, yeah, they were having their fight. They were having their fucking, like, the classic. And we kind of got that similar vibe in Part 4, in 5, and in 6. However, here in 7, it's like the abilities are running through the users themselves for them to actually be more of the front line for combat stuff. And honestly, it's not bad. It's not as maybe hyped as our Ora-Oras, but is definitely a different turn of the event that isn't actually a terrible addition to the goddamn story arcs and, of course, the fights themselves, where the users are becoming a lot more prevalent. They're not just sending out their stands and hiding somewhere. That still does happen, for sure. But it actually adds more of a character struggle for then our main characters to actually deal with a more crafty, upfront human, rather than just, oh, here comes their entity that they send out, and now we have to figure out the ability, and that's pretty much it. Like, no, there's the ability, but then there's also the actual person themselves that is now in the forerun of us trying to win at the end of the day. So I think that's kind of interesting. And again, the style of the actual goddamn stands, they are still humanoid-like, but they feel almost more simplistic, if that makes sense. They're more simplistic than not on how they appear, for the most part. And of course, the big thing that changes with stands are the origin. The origin itself is now different. So in the original manga, in the original story, we know that stands come from a meteorite, and that meteorite was formed into stand arrows, and the stand arrows give people an opportunity to have stands, and then also then can requiem later on. They're taking that idea again, but reshaping it in Part 7, where there is a meteorite that does come to Earth tens of thousands of years ago and crash lands in the Arizona desert. But the idea now is not that, like, people are finding that meteorite. In fact, it's actually brought up as a plot point. No one knows where the meteorite is. And that's solely because the almost radiation-like effect that the meteorite gave off at its crash landing was so potent, it's now warping everything and everyone that's in its vicinity to the point of it's actually now infected to a degree. I would say infected might be a bad choice of words, but I'll still stand by it. It infected the entire landscape of America, and thus, if you're in certain areas during this race, which does take along a route that is very important to follow on, which we will get into with another story, a point, with the overall effects of the meteorite and what has done to the landscape. Hold on, if I can find like a map. Map, please. I guess this will work. This will work. The map and landscape of the race that we follow are more in lockstep to the actual effects of the meteorite, and thus we get more stand users that are either from that area or they were made because of the aftermath effects of traveling through these areas, which I think is also, again, a very different take on this. Like, people are unawarely becoming stand users on this race, or have become stand users, and they don't realize they're stand users. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Makes it a little bit more of a mystery on all sides to what people are doing and then their motives. Eventually, though, we do kind of temper out and be like, oh, yeah, we've had our stands for a very long time, and it's not that much of a, like, oh, where did this come from? How do I use this kind of deal? But in the beginning, that very much is so. And I'm like, okay, that's kind of cool. That is very, very interesting. Now, one last thing for the stands, and then we'll move on to, I think, our last major point of the good stuff will be the actual characters themselves and how they are written. And then we'll get into the more neutral, then somewhat more negative. Because even when I do give out some negative stuff, they're not going to be too terrible. Because I'm sure some of you are like, but yes. So let's get into like the last point of the stands, and we'll get into the last point of the positives, the characters. The stands have a different name to them as well here. They are called cursed users. And they're called cursed users not only because they traverse the areas that are kind of the irradiated zones of the meteorite that had crash landed thousands of years ago in North America, but they are also called cursed users because they have most likely encountered one of the 9 corpse parts, which is a major aspect now of this arc and the stands in their whole. Not completely, but a large whole of stand users are born because of the corpse part. If anything's now a new arrow depiction, it's the corpse parts. The corpse parts have now acted as new arrows, where they are these mysterious body parts of a certain key figure that was a big fucking twist. I honestly did not see it coming, but then they kind of prolonged the reveal of who it was. It's like, all right, we kind of know now. We kind of know. But anyway, the reveal of who this was a big deal. And their overall existence is very fascinating and how they work. At times, some of it does kind of feel like the backstep on some of it. But anyway, the people who run into these corpse parts that are scattered throughout the map of the areas of our race have the chance of becoming stand users. But not just stand users. They get very, very powerful abilities from it. Mainly our very tight-knit group of main characters and our main villain. They get very, very powerful abilities off of these corpse parts. And I think it's a very fascinating, more interesting twist than just having the arrow again, where, oh, we gotta find this one arrow and keep it out of someone else's hands. No, there are now multiple body parts that we have to keep knowledge of where they are, go out and find them, because they can give out very powerful abilities, and if they're brought together, it's a very, very good chance that person's going to become a super powerful individual. So it gives a lot more stake to the actual journey, and also opens up way more possibilities of people becoming obstacles along this race. So I kind of like that, and encourage us to actually be more explorative with the environment. So Araki, very nice job. It gives a new level of intrigue to the stand users, not just rinse and repeat, but also a new kind of in-depth lore. And I think it's handled very well. I think it's handled very, very well. Okay. Let's get into the final good stuff, which is going to be primarily characters. The overall characters of Part 7, the main ones that are at the forefront, which that's going to be important, because when we get into the negative stuff, you'll understand why I'm saying the forefront. The forefront. The forefront characters of JoJo's Part 7 adventure, aka Steel Ball Run, I genuinely think are probably some of the best characters that we've gotten in a hot minute. We have gotten a consistent lineup of characters that I do think are probably Araki's best written characters in JoJo's. I think there are a few exceptions in other parts, for sure, that still hold the crown. But as an overall lineup for the main cast of characters, I think you genuinely do probably get the most solid lineup than any other part. So that's a major, major boon for people trying to hype up that JoJo's is the best once you get to this part of JoJo's. The Steel Ball run is great because of its characters, and it's kind of hard not to deny that Steel Ball Run has a good set of them. The obvious couple are who are on screen right here, with maybe an exception here and there, but we'll get to that. Let's start off with the obvious. Our main character, Johnny Joestar. His story of character growth is very fascinating. It is very in lockstep to something like Jotaro Kujo and Jolene, where he starts off, and even Giorno. Giorno and him and the other two definitely start off as more negative characters. They have a very rough introduction that they are not, morally sound characters. And their entire journey through this part is definitely one of not only re-understanding of who they are and what is more correct for them to behave like in society, but also, of course, understanding what is society's standards and norms and how that affects our day-to-day living, and then going from there and understanding, like, oh, who do I have to be individually for my hopes and dreams and aspects, that kind of stuff. You see this in a lot of other stories, but I feel like how we handle it with Johnny's predicament in particular is very well done. Johnny Joestar is probably one of the most, I feel like, realistic portrayals of a character down on his luck, but trying to, like, rise above it and kind of, like, gain back a semblance of normalcy that we have gotten in a very long time in anime and manga. Out of the JoJo cast line, do I think Johnny is the best Joestar so far? If you read everything up from part 1 to part 7, do I think he is the best Joestar? I think he's either top 3 or top 2. I don't know if I can put him top 1, because I kind of want to see how they portray him in the anime if they give him some more stuff. But he is definitely a solid choice to be up there. And I could not hate you if you said, yes, Johnny is the best Joestar. Only because, again, his journey as a character that he goes through and learns from interacting with Gyro, but at the same time also kind of imparting his own kind of wisdom onto others, and Gyro, which is another fascinating thing that we'll get into more with Gyro's character, is honestly a nice change of pace where in a lot of the other JoJo's parts, you kind of have the Joestar kind of be like the younger adolescent character that is with someone else that's teaching them the ways of the world and the ropes. You typically see this with, like, let's say, Giorno and Bruno when he's trying to climb up the world of the gangsters. Or you have, of course, Jotaro with his grandpa Joseph and his other main cast of characters that are somewhat his age, but at the same time, they're also kind of a little bit older, some of them. He's also kind of like the young man exploring the world and understanding who he needs to become and all that stuff. But then you get, like, also Josuke, again, a high school student, with Jotaro now hanging around him, Rohan, like he does kind of have to, like, fall in line with them. Whereas here, though he is definitely younger and also the one who needs to learn from his traveling companion, he does stick out as his own person that has lived a life that he is able to, like, instantly kind of recognize and kind of push forward on with his own beliefs and kind of not play second fiddle, if that makes sense. Now, one of the big aspects of his character is, of course, kind of his forlornance at confidence. He has a very, very confidence-driven issue throughout the story, and that's one of the main cruxes, no pun intended, for his character. And again, other stories I don't think would handle it as well as Araki did here, where it's very understandable on why he kind of has this low confidence issue throughout most of the story. One, obviously, is the main point that we start off in the story. He is crippled. He has no legs that are actively working with. He got paralyzed during a horse race, which, if once you read the story, you find out horse racing is something that he kind of needs to have in his life. So the very fact that something that was so important to him basically took away now. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't a horse race particularly, but it was in lockstep of being a horse racer that led his ego to rise higher. And because of that, he didn't know that he was becoming like a certain character that was leading him down a dark path. And then karma stepped in and kind of humbled his ass. But because of that, he now could not achieve his dreams anymore of what gave his life purpose. And that's already in of itself a big tragedy. Like, hey, your entire life goal of becoming a great jockey, because you were so obsessed and egotistical about your standing, made you now lose your goal forever. Yeah, anyone would be really upset about that. That's like saying, oh, Michael Phelps wants to come back into the world of swimming, and he already has such a big ego for being one of the greatest Olympic swimmers of all time. Gets into a car crash because he was so excited to like go to like this new area and show off and flex off. They wasn't paying attention, and then like, doctors say, hey, by the way, you can't use your arms anymore. That would be like a big crushing blow to your self-esteem and kind of your existence, especially in this time period where it's like there's not really a lot they could do. This is like set in the late 1800s, the late 19th century. There's not really much of medical science they can do for him, which is why when we do get into Gyro's character arc with him, he is so desperate to cling on to this hope of, hey, there's actually a chance that not only can I get my life back, I can actually learn to just be more of a better person, I guess would be the way to say this. But his confidence doesn't just come from him getting crippled. Oh, no. A big theme in this arc seems to be revolve around father figures. Father figures are like a very crucial point into the story where not just with Johnny, but our subsequent character Dio over here, Diego, Gyro himself, and even our main villain, Funny Valentine, and another character too, like Ringo, have this connective idea of father figures shape their sons and have very long-lasting impacts. Johnny grew up in a household that was very, very horseback focused and had this austere about them that needed to be shown to be worthy and stand outness. Something that is very Dio prone, which would be kind of perfect for him because he does sneak in later to try and like take that glory for himself. But Johnny grew up in a household where that kind of attitude was very forthright, and it's not very healthy for a child to grow up in said household like that. But he does, and he had an older brother who loved him very much, very, very much so. But he was the star of their household, and because of that, there was not a lot of expectations raised on Johnny to be worth much of anything. But then the worst case scenario happens where, hey, his brother dies, and in an event that no one really should blame him, he gets blamed for it. And again, I want to kind of go into that later as like a little theory thing of mine when it comes to a plot point that Araki I thought was going to touch on, but didn't. But anyway, but his brother dies, and now he is the only hope in their family of attaining greatness through horseback racing. But very much so, his father, the patriarch, is like, all hope is lost. Not only because I just don't believe in you, I don't think you're worthy to be alive because you killed your brother. He even goes so far as to say the infamous line of, God took the wrong son. Like, that's really fucked up. That is really, really like, just, oh, wow. Like, you are genuinely, like, shaping your only child now. Your only child that you have left. And you're basically saying, not only are you worthless, I had wished you had died that day because the actual son I loved was the only thing I cared about, not you. Like, damn, dude. Damn. Damn, I can't find the line. No! Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, right here. God took the wrong son. That's a crazy line to drop on your only son that only wants to now, whether or not he genuinely did kill his brother, he didn't. But he's just trying to live up to his father's expectations of their house, of, now that their son, the eldest son's gone, wants to kind of fulfill that like void, and just try to like earn respect for their family, but also for himself. The fact that he hits him with the idea like, you are not worthy to be alive, on top of him later getting crippled. Yeah, it's no wonder that Johnny has some self-esteem issues. It's no wonder that he does. And I think that is a very, very strong backstory that a lot of the other Joestars don't really have. Like, the only other one that we would really get to where it's like, who likes this backstory more? Giorno's backstory, where he's basically a fucking orphan boy on the streets of Italy who gets brought into the mob subsequently because of a solid individual. Or, I guess that's it. Because, yeah, Jonathan's story gets rough because, Dio comes into his life, but he had a family. He had a life with his family. Joseph had Granny Irina. He didn't know his dad. He didn't know his mom until later, but again, he had a family. Jotaro Kujo, I love Jotaro, but he was a bad egg. He didn't listen to his mom or anything until his grandpa came in because of all that shit that was going to go happen. Josuke had a family. His dad wasn't around because we know who his dad was at that time before we got into the part. And then his mom and grandpa were in his life. And then Jolene, though she didn't have her dad in her life, she still had a mom, but she chose to make poor decisions in her life to kind of like get attention. Like, the only ones that really genuinely have very fucked up childhoods to the nth degree, I would argue, is Giorno and Johnny. Like, it is very, very rough to be raised in a household like this. So when, of course, the world takes away the only thing that you are trying to prove to someone that should love you but doesn't, now the world has taken that from you. It's like, damn, what do I have in my life now? And this kind of then reinstalls his resolve when, of course, he meets the GOAT. He meets the dude. 𝐁𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐫𝐬. The main man himself. Hold on, let me see if I can get a good picture of him. Sure. No, this is perfect. He meets the main wingman, the Joe Bro of this storyline, 𝐁𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐫𝐬. 𝐁𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐫𝐬, now to get into him, 𝐁𝐢𝐳𝐚𝐫𝐬 also has a conversation of, is he the best Joe Bro so far in the JoJo series? I would honestly argue, like, maybe outside of Bruno, he could easily be top 2. He could easily be top 2. He is a very fascinating character that has his own arc and actually learns from Johnny too. But he's very much here to give Johnny the encouragement of, just hang on. Just believe. Believe in yourself that you can find purpose in your life, even now. That's essentially what Gyro and the spin give to Johnny. And then also the search for the corpse parts later. Well, that's what they serve. Because Johnny is literally at, like, anyone's all-time low, really. But then this motherfucker with his golden-ass teeth step into the scene, and it's like, no, you do have purpose. Now, he doesn't give in to Johnny initially. He generally, like, is like, hey, I'm here for my own purpose, and we'll get into his purpose. I have no time for you. But then, through Johnny's resolve, like, going through that fucking horse training where, like, he could die, but he understood that because if he doesn't try to do something with his life, with this opportunity, he might as well be dead. He earns the respect of Gyro. That is like, okay, this kid has fire in his gut that he wants to live, but he needs my help. And then, over the journey, slowly but surely, they have a genuine bond that is like they are brothers. I think that's the best way, because they are teachers. This is a definite student and teacher relationship, but I definitely think in lockstep of Johnny losing his older brother when they were younger, I genuinely perceive their relationship as best friends, but as brothers as well. Mutual brothers that can lean on each other to the point of we got later into the story where they told each other two interesting stories. I don't know if they're equal with each other, but they told each other two interesting stories and secrets that they swore to never tell another living soul. And I think that's impressive that they got to that point as individuals and that they could trust each other, knowing that whatever happens next, whether they live or die, only these two will know these secrets of each other. That's a very good story. But Gyro's character of himself outside of Johnny is very cool too, because he is very different from the other Zeppelis that we've gotten in the story. He is a character that isn't afraid to say, like, listen, I gotta fuck some dudes up. And the reason for that mindset is because he comes from a very gruesome background, even compared to that of, let's say, some other JoJo characters. Gyro's family are a family of doctors on the surface, and the spin helps with them be better doctors. But their real purpose is to be executioners for their home country of Naples, Italy. They are executioners. They suspend the king's justice. And that is something that Gyro has to kind of reconcile with himself and his family, where it's like the king's justice plays a very strong role in how his family exists for many, many years. And it's the simple idea that we see in a lot of stories of, we serve, we do not question. But then Gyro, as he grows up in this very strict mindset and nation, of course, comes to the point of, hey, there's this moment here. There are other moments here and there that we see in his backstory. But there is this moment that finally does get him to be like, maybe we should question. Maybe we should. For the sake of pride and, you know, the understanding of consent. And consent is a very interesting word that Gyro uses when it comes to his story and his background with his dad and like the tradition that is the kingdom at this time, consent, where it's more of the lines of, are we doing our due diligence to understanding who is truly guilty or not? But that, of course, is more of a luxury that his father tells him that they are not privy to, because whether or not we believe they are guilty or not, the king is the one who decides who should live and who should die, because it's that kind of time period, it's that way of life, yada, yada, yada. Again, we've seen this. But what's interesting is that the Zeppeli family, though contradictory at times, which again we'll get into, the Zeppeli family are just here to do a duty. And Zeppeli's not Gyro in this case. Gyro is not ashamed of doing the duty. It's just more of, hey, is our duty being taken advantage of? And are we now committing atrocities in the name of God and goodness and, you know, loyalty? And that's something that we see come to a head when the story arc shifts from, hey, Gyro's family now has to kill a kid. And this is something that, you know, his father has instilled in him for many years, that, like, listen, as executioners, you gotta kill people. Men, women, children, elderly, doesn't matter. If they are sentenced to die, they will die. You do get the idea that the Zeppelis don't do it gruesomely. They want to try and do it as quick and painless as possible, because there is dignity that is something that they care about, even at the moment of death, because they believe that is the most potent moment to show a human's inner nature and dignity. But that kind of comes to a head when it's like, hey, this kid was caught up in a false accusation that they didn't commit. And now the king is like, yeah, so kill this kid. And Gyro's like, whoa, 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 whoa. We are talking about dignity, pride, and all this BS. But when it comes down to, like, hey, maybe we should genuinely, like, take a step back and reconsider, should we kill this kid? Did he do anything wrong? And that's just something, like, his family just doesn't understand. Like, the king says so, we gotta do it. It's like, no, that's not real dignity. That's just mindless manslaughter. And that's what leads Gyro to do this quest line, because the quest is that he needs to come to this Steel Ball Run race because it's a signifier of basically an achievement for their nation equivalent to war and winning if they were to win, that their nation has this weird policy on amnesty, that if a great victory like war is won, he would give out amnesties, the king, to prisoners and whatnot, and that's why Gyro comes to the race. Now, there's more subtext that Gyro and his nation kind of are aware of the holy corpse that is here because it is Italy, is near Vatican. They have a huge motif of religion in this, and their nation, of course, is very staunchly connected to that. So that's another reason why he's here, of course. But his main reason, first and foremost, is to win the race because he wants to save this kid and give him a chance and show, we're not just going to blindly follow executioners' code of conduct, because I think we're losing dignity when we're not understanding why we are killing people. And I think that's a very cool journey that he goes on. Now, he has speed bumps along the way where there are times where he definitely feels like he's not afraid to kill people for the sake of killing people. But then he has a very good character arc with him and Ringo, one of the many villains that scatter the landscape of Part 7. He is one of, I think, the top-notch villains, and we'll get into him. And then even Johnny brings up, too, following in the ideas that Ringo tries to instill into Gyro, listen, you need to understand who you are and what a man's purpose really is. And essentially, it comes down to this and what Johnny kind of teaches him too, which again, I do like that it's a back and forth mentorship between each of them. It's not just one to the other. But using that, damn it, why is it not loading? Hold on. Let me see if I can find a good image. No, TikTok. I don't want TikTok. I want a good image, please. All right, fuck it. We'll use this. When it comes to the true man's world and Johnny's logic, they basically instill into Gyro that, if you are so dead on trying to achieve a goal, you need to go that with full throttle and have passion to find what it really means to achieve that goal. And you see that through understanding Gyro's perspective when it comes to people's, goals and their motives, that he starts to try to understand from their point of view. You also see that he starts to understand, winning the goal and actually achieving it are two different things, where it's hey, I could just focus on the race, but am I actually genuinely going to understand what is needed to save that kid Marco, even if I were to win the race by happenstance? No, he needs to then understand more of the social, mental, and worldly viewpoints, and that comes by understanding we need to go after the corpse parts. So he learns that from Johnny. He learns from Ringo the path of people's choices and where do those choices lead to. Even if it means you have to choose something that the world may not agree with. In Ringo's case, he was a murderer, but his choice at the end of the day was, hey, if I don't kill people, especially when it was in his backstory, he was going to die. A very gruesome and very painful death. These kind of lessons that impart into Gyro's character that he definitely does take to heart for the rest of the series, I think is some of the best Joe Bro characterizations. Outside of Bruno, and again, this is very close. Outside of Bruno, I genuinely think Gyro is such a well-written Joe Bro. Even the story itself debates, the narration box literally debates on who exactly is the main character. Is it Gyro or is it Johnny? And you know what? I would honestly not be surprised, depending on Araki's own words, of course, but the fans like you guys that are here now, yeah, Gyro would be a main character in his own right because he genuinely has just so much of a development that he goes down. You can even argue more of a development than even Johnny goes through. It's just so impressive on how Araki handles what really should be the bro, but makes him like the dude. He is him. And I think that's another, aspect of why people genuinely love Part 7. Like, we got not just another side character or another buddy for the main Joestar. No. In fact, this guy takes the damn spotlight in here. This would be like if Caesar Zeppeli genuinely took the spotlight from Joseph. That's kind of crazy. But you know what? It happens more often than not. But those are our two main characters. They very much lean into each other. Their characters are very well done. There are some moments here and there I do question on some of their values. And, there are moments of, kind of forced conflict with each other, but it's not everlasting. It's like barely like a chapter or two that really happens. Like where Gyro talks about how Johnny is so gung-ho about killing Dio. Like, it's dishonorable, discredit you. But, like, he's like, nah, listen, man, this guy's fucking evil. We need to take him out. And then, like, Johnny gets, like, the whole, like, they call it, like, the sinful eyes, but that kind of goes back into a plot point issue where it's like they don't really bring it up too often. It's just kind of there for style, where it's like whenever you get, like, the evil eyes, quote unquote, yeah, the dark determination. That's what they're calling it. The dark determination. That's when, like, him and Gyro kind of, like, begin to separate, but more so of Gyro from Johnny. Yeah. Outside of that, they pretty much are, like, one of the best duos in the story. And I think that does work by having only them two for most of the story be together, compared to other parts where you would have a whole gaggle of people. Yeah. Now, finally, you have our main villains. The main villains, like I mentioned, like Ringo, are very fascinating. I think they're not all perfect, but the main two that deserve the most spotlight and attention are Valentine and Diego, a.k.a. Dio. Let's start with the most iconic, Dio. Again, like I mentioned earlier, just because he has his name isn't a immediate assumption that he's going to be just like our Dio that we know. No, he's his own character. In fact, you actually have more of a fleshed out backstory that you can easily be more sympathetic towards with this Dio story than the other one. Like, you kind of got the basic gist of his story in the part 1. But they, aka Araki, crank it up to another level when it comes to his story arc here in part 7, where it's like you get more of the self-loathing that Dio gets towards society. Like, why he kind of has to have this air of superiority. It's because he literally has nothing. And you got that in part 1. Yeah. But, like, what does it really mean to be nothing to society? You see that here with his mom. And his mom, he may have had, yet again, another shitty dad. It's like, damn, this arc really revolves around fucking father figures not being the best. Except for the other villain, which we'll actually get to. Shitty dads, yet again. His mom is a goddamn amazing woman that I think inadvertently told him to keep on to pride and dignity, but that was the only thing that he could keep on to, and thus he not only clinged to it, he reveled in anything that he could get to boost his own pride, and that's how we got to this Dio. This Dio here is genuinely the Dio of part 1, where it starts off, where it's like, hey, I'm climbing society. Everyone, get the fuck out of my way. But now it's like, oh no, this guy is genuinely unsympathetic to any degree, and he's not even, like, hiding it as part 1 Dio. No, he's open about, like, listen, any opportunity I'll get, I'm going to take it. And because I feel like I'm justified in how I was forced to live through, and my mother, I want to make society know, guess what? When I'm at the top, I'm keeping myself at the top. And everyone else below me will understand why they are below me. And I think that's a very stronger, like, early on run of Dio. Very, very well. His stand ability is very interesting. I kind of want to save that for another area, but it's very, very interesting. He gets it from another villain, which is different. His overall design is very, very classical jockey-like, so I think that fits into the story arc. And yeah, he essentially is Dio, but Dio with an asterisk, and we'll come back to that asterisk. Now, the main villain himself. The main villain himself, holy crap. Whether there are debates on like who might be the best villain, I will definitely say outside of favoritisms like Dio and, you know, maybe some more biased writing stuff towards Kira. Again, I think you could probably argue Valentine might be a top 2 villain in JoJo's. Yeah, I'm willing to go that far. Yes, he might be a top 2 villain in all of JoJo's. And the reason I say this is a couple factors. Number one, his design. His design is very, very kind of simplistic, but at the same time, it gives a regal kind of character arc that works for who he is, which is number two, another factor why he's so high, I would argue. Who is he? He is the goddamn president of the United States of America. Holy crap. When that reveal happened, outside of the Diego reveal later on, at the tail end of the story, holy cow. That's like one of the 3 biggest twists in this part. The villain is literally in charge of the entirety of a country, not just any country, America. America. Which, by the way, oh my god, when the anime finally does come out, whoo, political topics are gonna run rampant. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But yes, he is the president of the United States. Unlike Dio, who really is just a freaking no one off the street. Unlike the Pillarmen, who are like these ancient fucking vampires. Unlike Dio again. Unlike just a regular serial killer that walks the street. The only other person that had real influence, even Poochie, like, you know, he's just a fucking, he's just a priest. The only one that had substantive influence was Diavolo, but it was through the shadows, and it was really only the influence of the mafia in Italy. This guy is in charge of an entire country, and he's publicly known. He doesn't hide in the shadows. He is the light. He revels with his political influence, but he also knows he's got to keep it down on the down low to get shit done. That's a huge fucking difference compared to the other villains. Like, he's coming out with goddamn aura off the gate. Off the gate, he was coming out with mad aura. I'm not going to lie. Like, yeah, Valentine, his presence overall and designs, wow. Wow, wow, wow. And going back into that changing art style from earlier, where we talked about, like, the art, and it's, like, you know, distinct styles and whatnot. Yo, with his main ability, you can make the argument that it makes sense and why the art style had to improve, and also why he looks so drastically different from start to finish. Which I kind of like that. That's a poignant power and story motif to enhance the artistic changes. I think that's very cool, and damn. Later on, like, what he actually looks like, wow. Whoa. Crazy. And the fact that he has the goddamn American flag on his back, like he's Rob Lucci from fucking One Piece. Again, it's just like this guy comes out very strongly auraed right now. He really does. He really does. But okay, outside of like his aura, fucking Christ, yo. Outside of the aura that this man is giving off, what is there actually to like dive into when it comes to his overall character outside of his aura and the position that he's in? Well, as a character, he's actually kind of fascinating. I don't know if I would go as fascinating as Kira, but he has a very interesting mindset on the state of the world. It's a very warped perspective, of course, because he is the villain of a JoJo's and an anime and manga. So you have to have it be a little bit more of the, I get you, but man, dude, you're going about this in a very, very malicious way, aren't you? Damn. He has the concept of the way that the world operates, you have people make decisions and they splinter from those decisions from everywhere else. But in society, typically, you can get people to follow one person's decisions if they're the head of the table, which is a representation of power, and in this case, political power, political and authority power on a grand scale, where depending on you, the individual, and what you hold as the key to power, you can make people fall in line to what your decision is. It's not so much as the whole idea of like everyone needs to be me and all that stuff, because it comes from a place of if people are allowed to make their own decisions and whatnot, we see it in here and in real life. It can lead to some very chaotic standpoints in the world and for a nation. And thus, from this standpoint as a political leader, and also just seeing the world exist from his lens, and he has a very interesting lens when it comes to his ability, he's like, we need to establish order that everyone needs to follow, and then true peace will happen. And that is where we get into the story arc of him trying to collect the corpse pieces that we mentioned earlier that give people stand powers. Because not only are they doing that, but the corpse pieces themselves have another property to them. If gathered together, they represent a saint. And in the world of JoJo's, and I guess kind of real life, the idea that a saint's corpse that is recognized by the church through what means or another, it's kind of like back and forth. The idea is like they have to find a miracle, but it's like how you actually define a miracle and, you know, all that stuff. Anyway, in the world of JoJo's, the idea that there are saints' corpses that can protect a country's best interest, if not have outstanding luck for that interest, that they can even extend the nation's longevity and its people by like 1,000 years of peace. And we see that in real life and also what they allude to twice happening into their world. So, of course, as the political president of this United States universe, he is, I think, what was he? Like, he's like, what presidency is he? Is he like the 27th president? 27th president. No. Hold on. Funny Valentine. 23rd. Oh, I was close. So he's the 23rd president of the United States. So he sees this as an opportunity because he finds the lore out from the map that we had earlier that is going to be then later based for the Steel Ball Run race, that not only is there a saint's corpse in America, which is very odd for there to be that way, but it's not just a normal saints. Oh, no. Here comes the second major twist of the story. You have the villain's actual position be a twist. You have the twist coming up of their goal and what they're after. Then you have, I feel like, the villain's main ability be a twist. And then finally you have the secondary main villain's twist later on. Those are the four major like reveals that just got me shocked in this part, and I think do elevate this as a whole. His goal is to collect the corpse part of not just any saint. Oh no. The corpse that this in particular entity belongs to is none other than the child of God, he who has forgiven our sins and will return to the earth one day, Jesus Christ. I kid you not. Jesus effing Christ is an actual JoJo's character and a plot relevant character. His existence is predominantly one of the main reasons this story is moved right now. Holy fuck, Araki. What were you smoking? That can't be legal. Damn, dude. The President of the United States of America has a goal to obtain the body of Jesus Christ for his own nefarious schemes. That as a concept alone points to this part being the wildest part that Araki's ever made. By far. That and that alone. Holy fuck. That was an amazing reveal. And they happen back to back of each other. The reveal of the president and like the goal. It's like, whoa. Oh, okay, Araki. Coming out strong. Coming out very strong with this part. Yes. He is after Jesus Christ. That's his main thing, because not only will he get the boon of, hey, it's a saint's body, so it should add protection to my nation that I'm in charge of, but should add other aspects and whatnot that he doesn't quite get aware of until the very end. But also, he wants to collect it because he already has one of the corpse parts when he was out trying to expedite the map that he came across that would lead them later down the Steel Ball Run race. And he obtained one of the abilities. And from that, he became a stand user because, of course, he's the main villain. He has to be a stand user. And his stand is probably my favorite stand of any villain. Like, I think, again, outside of maybe like some exceptions like Sticky Fingers, Star Platinum, D4C, otherwise known as Dirty Deeds Done Dirty Cheap, might be the best conceptual stand I have ever seen Araki made. The design is kind of hit or miss. I won't deny. That's definitely a negative. Like, for me, it's not the best design. But the power and the sheer concept of what this thing can do, I mean, hold on. I mean, Araki, wow. Just wow, Araki. Just fucking wow, man. This is insane. The power of D4C is ostensibly the ability to cross the multiverse. Oh, and has consequences that he alone can ignore as a villain, because of course has to make him extra cool and, you know, less weaknesses compared to our main cast, that he uses in such masterful tactics to the level of, there are times when you are reading this like, wait, what is actually happening? It's influencing like the way that the events are transpiring, more so than like when Dio was stopping time, more so than when Diavolo was skipping over time. You genuinely are like, okay, what is happening for the longest portion before you finally figure out his ability. It's like, damn, holy shit. And the fact that this fucker gets an upgrade later is, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, damn, really? That's also another thing. It's like the other villains kind of don't get what they want to become more powerful, except for like really Dio, Poochie, and I guess Kira. Maybe I'm wrong actually. Because then you also have cars too. So he does, I guess, follow the trope of he gets more powerful. Like he has an upgrade to his already insane ability to make him even a harder adversary in the end to beat. But his main ability of just, he traverses the multiverse of himself because A, it's an ability that helps him prolong his life, because D4C, the stand itself, exists as one, although it's a little inconsistent here and there, exists as one entity throughout the entire multiverse, and he can essentially copy the existence of the one who currently uses this stand of himself, and then if he dies, can then transfer it to another Valentine in another universe, and then that Valentine is basically caught up. Like, he read the manga at that point. He read the manga and was like, oh, bet, I know what's going on right now. And he's, like, phoenixing himself alive over and over again. Holy fuck. But then how he uses it in combat to make these weird kind of, like, portals to other universes, which he can only do in between objects. So the in between dimensional like shift of planes, which I think is again another interesting like physics concept that Araki loves to go into. He loves this stuff, and just how he does it is absurd. It's so fucking good, man. Again, how it looks, irrelevant. Not great, but irrelevant. This might be Araki's greatest fucking stand power. Just the way he develops this is amazing. It's amazing. And for a villain to have this, it makes total sense. He's someone who wants complete and utter order and wants to do the unachievable, which is to decide people's decisions. And he basically has a way to make multiple decisions all in one go and even influences their world, which we find out through his ability that in the world of this JoJo's universe, there is a prime timeline, which if you aren't familiar with that, the concept is in every decision that we ever make, there is an origin point. And from that origin point, every decision we've ever made will splinter off. We follow the main timeline, and then subsequently the other multiverses that stem from it. And it's wild. It's fucking wild. Like, again, we've seen other stories handle multiversal dimensional hoppings and whatnot. But I swear, I think Araki just is on some other level when he does this. It's consistent for the most part, and it's just such an interesting way of portraying it, and it feels believable. It feels believable and grounded compared to other series that would do this. Like, I genuinely think Araki sometimes is just a league of his own, man. He really is just a league of his own. And it shows through time and time again in JoJo's, but specifically Part 7 generally does show that Araki is like mixing things to the next level. And one of those factors is D4C. I just think this is his best stand ability on paper right now. I haven't gotten to the other two parts yet, so who knows what's there. But right now, this is, I think, Araki's greatest stand ability that he's birthed into his story. And what a fucking stand it is. It is terrifying. It's cool. It's, outside, again, style, very awesome to see how it works. And then it gets an upgrade, which becomes even crazier powerful and trippy to try and figure out, but still is an awesome fight with our main characters. And then his actual backstory and why he's motivated to get this way. It's actually a very interesting backstory. He actually doesn't have a traditional tragic villain backstory or just, oh, he's just evil. No. It comes from a place, I think, of misguidance. Like we had with the other characters I mentioned, there's a theme in Part 7 about father figures and the lasting impressions that they leave on their kids and how it shapes their existence. It's the same thing here with our main villain. The main villain and a lot of the influences that happened during this time period is right after the Civil War of the United States of America. And if you're not a big history buff, I understand. Brief assumption. Essentially, America got split into a whole civil war. Two sides formed. A lot of people were killed. A lot of people, got brutally scarred. It was a division of not only political standpoint, but also unity amongst his own people. And then people that did come back were not the same. And also, a lot of people just didn't come back from this war. It was a big little incident within our own nation's history. But one of the aftermaths that we do see is that a lot of the fathers in JoJo's that did participate in that war usually either don't come back or they come back very twisted. Very, very twisted. In this case, it's actually the former. Valentine's father did not come back, but for a reason, because he stood on essentially business. He stood on business to make sure that his ideals for protecting others and essentially by protecting people that aren't his family, you become family. And thus, when you do that, you share your pride and joys with so many people. And that is the fundamental ideal of working and striving for a better nation that Valentine takes to heart. But because I think he doesn't have his father, he uses this as a misguided vision of domination and control, where it's like he wants genuinely, I think, the United States, but only the United States, to be a prospering nation for the people, because he views it in a weird roundabout way as his family. Like his father left him as a memento by his surviving friend that told him about this. But because he never got to have his father live to show him how to execute that ideal, he warps it into his own way of controlling and veering things to his own way, where we see at the end of the day when he tries to have that conversation with Johnny at the end of the day when it comes to their standoff, literally standoff, which is in of itself very different than how other villains go out, whereas I feel like there's, again, that idea of dignity that other villains don't have, which we actually do see later on with Part 7, with its secondary villain, which we'll get into later, that is very, very unique, and again gives this villain something that other villains don't have in JoJo's Part 7, or the other parts, where it's like he keeps his path true, but at the same time he's showing vulnerability to his enemy that he didn't have to, but he still did in order to attempt to make a mutual understanding, while at the same time showing his true colors, where it's like he cares about people, he does care about the sanctity of the United States, but it's his way or the highway, and if push comes to shove, he's going to shove. And that's where we get the whole bullet scene with him and Johnny, and I think that's handled masterfully. And then how he goes out, he doesn't go out like, Nani! Like you would see it time and time again with our JoJo's villains. You'll see Dio, how he goes out. You'll see him like, oh my god, no, I was going to win. Or Kira. I don't know why my caps lock is like that. You have these like villains who will freak out at the end, like this is it for them. Like, why? Why did I fail? Why? But for Valentine, when Valentine does eventually bite the bullet, literally, he handles it in a sense of, I made my decision, this is the end, but like the song, I did it my way, and I'm going to follow through. He goes out with a sense of, well, I did what I thought was right, and in the end, it didn't matter, but I still don't regret it. And I think that's really, really strong ending for his character. Now, yes, he did have a backup plan, which we will discuss. But nonetheless, though, damn, man. Wow. Like, this villain, in so many ways, compared to the others, stands by himself in a lot of degrees. That I'm like, he really could be, like, number 2 most villain of all time if it wasn't just for, like, Kira. And if you want to use iconic stuff, it's kind of hard not to put Dio up there. But it's like, no, this villain's solid, man. This villain is solid. Like, the only things I have really against him, it's like his stands design, some kind of like, at times maybe like, inconsistencies to his plan. It's like I feel like you could have maybe been a little bit more active, a little bit more forthright, but overall, no, this villain is solid. Like, this genuinely is like one of the best villains, and by proxy, one of the best villain stands, if not stands in general, Araki has ever put pen to paper with. Like, Funny Valentine is really good. I feel like I'm not giving him enough justice when I say this, but he is. He really, really, really is. Okay, I'm going to read chat for a minute. I know I've been talking for a minute. We're going to then briefly go into the kind of more of the negative stuff about Part 7, and then we'll give an overall just, hey, where do I stand for Part 7? Then we're going to go into memes. Let me see. Yeah, we're going to go into our memes for like a minute, and then we're going to do a brief little tier list for the villains, the good guys, and maybe a little power scaling, and then we'll end it for the day. I know I was yapping a lot. I do apologize, but we kind of had to yap. This is kind of the whole point of the stream. It was to yap. It was absolutely to yap. Okay, so let me read chat a little bit. I know I've been missing a couple messages. Do apologize. So, by all means, get your conversations in now before we go into another long conversation again. Yeah. So let's see. Let's see. We don't. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Johnny could be better. Dio is a perfect voice actor. Yeah, he is. We did not see Madame, Doza, and Sandman. Right. I'm interested if they specifically in the show that this has nothing to do with the alternative universes, that Netflix will explain because they have separated JoJo's and still all run right. We discussed that. And then again, Martiv, I mean the semi-realistic art style of the was basically unadaptable 1-to-1. Yeah, again, we talked about the art style. The art style had to be different. It had to be different from an anime point of view for adapting. I get that. But when you just go back and read the manga, man, it just it looks so good. But the more realistic style does have its own charm. I won't deny that. It has its own charm, has its own appeal, and it's cool. It is cool. All right, let me see. I'll give you guys one more minute to like catch up on that, and then I will make the negatives a little bit more quicker, so that way we can get into more memes and whatnot. Bro, the final fight though, I guess just quickly, like, yo, the final fight, damn. Whoo, man, it might have encroached upon 𝐸 versus Diavolo. Like, the insanity of how we executed this final fight was crazy. Tusk Act 4 is a wild stand. I mean, the development of Johnny's power of spin and stand together. I know I basically said everything, but I want to still hear your guys' take. Like, what do you guys think about Valentine? You know, do you guys agree that he should be a top 2 villain? Or do you think he should be top 1? Do you guys think he is better than Kira Yoshikage? I'll even put that as a like poll for us right now. Is Valentine a better villain than Kira? I'll put that in the poll for right now. I'll leave that up. Because I could see an argument for that. The only like juxtaposition where it's like maybe he's not is that at the end of the day, his goal is very conceited in the sense of it really is just his way of perceiving how people act, and thus the consequences of that, and thus he should be allowed to do what he wants. And I'm like, yeah, but like you could just give more people a chance, but that is, at the end of the day, its own little risk. That's like really like the most negative I can think about with him. But yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a chance, but I'm going to leave the poll up for you guys to also decide. Yeah. All right. I guess if you guys are good there, then let's go into the negatives. Let's get into the negatives real quick. I won't go too long with this one. I promise. I'm just going to speed blitz it. So here are some bullet points of what I do think are some negatives in JoJo's Part 7. One of the things I like about JoJo's that I feel the other parts do better than this is its side characters. And what I mean by that is the tertiary characters and then the background characters. Outside of some other parts, like Part 4, I don't really care for a lot of them. And some stuff in 6 aren't necessarily solid. But for the most part, the other characters that aren't either the main villain, the main Joe or the main Joe Star itself, tend to usually be very interesting, very in-depth, and sometimes have their own little standout followings within the fandom and also that part. I'll be honest, man. Outside of, like, maybe Lucy, the other side characters lack heavily in this. Like, Hot Pants, like, this artist puts her there, and I guess she should be there because she does play a role throughout multiple secondary halves of this adventure. But, yo, she's, like, so inconsistently here, and at times it's like, wait, you're not dead? How? When did you not live, or when did you die? Because she eventually does die, and it's like so anticlimactic, which is kind of its own individual point. But it's like sometimes I do feel like the side characters don't have as much influence in this one. It's just to focus on Gyro, Johnny, then Lucy's story about her connection with Stefan, and then Diego and Valentine. Like, it's really like out of this main portrait, the main focus of it is just this, which if you like that as a story element of just focusing on smaller groups, then you like this. This is your kind of JoJo's part then. But for me, I like it when we did have more of the other characters, like in Stardust Crusaders. I love that group. That might be my favorite group because you just have this whole host of people that have their own individual tendencies in how they move the story and their own screen times. I thought it was good. I was good. Here it's like, outside of like maybe a couple instances with Hot Pants, but even then it's kind of like all over the place. The other characters don't really exist until like the story says, oh yeah, remember them? It's like, oh right, yeah, they're here, I guess. Like outside of Hot Pants, I feel like she kind of like got a lot of love in that one Ringo arc with the True Man's World, but then like slowly seeped into the background, came to help Lucy to fight Maiko, but then again, oh, I have to leave. Shows up, is already somewhat defeated by Civil War, kind of dies, but then I guess not really. We don't see how she escapes. Then she turns back up with Diego, and then they kind of have a cool little back and forth with Valentine, but then I think she dies again, but this time for real, and it just goes off unceremoniously. It's like, that's it? That's all you do, girl? Her powers are cool. Like, the meat spray is dope, but I don't know. I feel like she's very underutilized, and that's something that I feel is tracked with other characters, like Polo Loco. Like, he came out very, very strong in the beginning of Part 7. Like, this guy had, like, a whole standout chapter, I think, within, like, Chapter 2 or whatever. Like, hey, I'm going to join the race. He gets a crazy luck stand that helps a lot in the beginning of the race, mainly from Part 1, Part 2, and then a little bit, I think it was in, like, Part 4. But after that point where Hot Pants and the other people start to take the lead, he's like, I'm not the luckiest man in the world. Like his whole little stick that he had in the beginning. And then he just fades in the background. He's like, I don't think he gets another dialogue again until like the last part of the story where he wins. And even then, it's like, I think like a quick little thing. And the narration says, oh yeah, like, so he kind of won by default because of all the shit that happens at the end. It's like, damn, really? That's it? That's it? So it's just, like, it's a combination of just like, it's the utilization of the characters, the side characters, that I just don't feel is as strong in the other parts as that we would normally get. And then it's a combination of just unceremoniously ending plot points and characters, which JoJo's has done that before, but I feel like has usually ended it a lot better. But for whatever reason, Araki really like said, yo, yeah, characters are just going to die like that in this part. And again, people do like that as a style of writing. For me, though, it can be very off-putting, especially where it's like, oh, let's see where this character goes. Oh, they're already dead. Like, Mountain Tim. He was a very cool JoJo's character. I liked his ability. He had his own little swagger. He was helping out Lucy. But then, like, outside of, like, his introductory arc with the Boom Boom family and then helping Lucy, that's pretty much it. He just dies, and it's like, he kind of has, like, a last little word into Blackmore, but then he just bites it. And then, again, it's kind of like almost immediately off-screen, and then we don't really follow up with him, and no, he's just dead. Like, that continues to happen. My God, I don't know why I'm so indigestion right there. Sandman, a.k.a. Soundman, he literally starts off the part for us, coming out with this whole little, like, side story before we get into Gyro and Johnny's story. I figured this was going to be a huge portion of, you know, this story arc with him and, like, the dichotomy of the American people that took over the Native Americans' land, him being ostracized from his own people because he wants to understand the ways of the white man, as they put it, and understands, like, hey, I care about my people, but traditions are not going to get our land back, so we need to, like, learn from the white man and use their tactics. I thought that was very cool. But then, like, again, he kind of just fades into the background. He doesn't care about the corpse parts until, like, again, it's revealed, oh, he always was working with Valentine. I don't think that was the way. Also, in the beginning, he comes off like he's very friendly to Gyro, and like he's seen him train by his village. But then all of a sudden, like when it came time for him to interact with him after he was gone for so long in the story, all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I hate you guys now. It's like, why? Why? Like, I get like you work for Valentine, but like I feel like we just kind of almost changed up his character real quick. And then he like became like, oh yeah, the white man, the white man, the white man. But it's like he had more appreciation for the white man in the beginning, but now all of a sudden it's like, oh no, fuck you. It's like, I mean, okay, I guess so. But his stand battle was cool. He had an awesome ability. It's just also, again, just felt like he didn't really do much of the story outside of like the first part of the race and then the second part where like we go into like his running style, his motif on like why he's here in the first place. His stand was eluded for the longest time. And I do think they definitely changed up what his stand was actually going to be because it felt more like it was helping out with his speed initially, but then it became sound effects, so like Koichi almost. Again, I like how it looks. It's just I feel like Araki had an initial plan for Sandman, and then somewhere along the lines of it was like, oh, hey, we don't have time to actually do this, and we kind of forgot about him, so let's just reintroduce him now. And yeah, he's like a villain working for Valentine this entire time, and then also he's going to work with Dio. Like it is tragic because he does this for his sister, who we meet in the first chapter, and for his people. So it's like the tragedy of he wanted to like, you know, help his people out. He just chose the wrong decision. But I figured it was going to be like, hey, why don't you just come with us and then you can choose the right decision now. But no. So I guess like you got to pay for the consequences of your own actions, which is fine. It's just, I don't know. I just felt like there was a lot more potential. And then the reveal of, oh, hey, you're actually working with the bad guy would have been a lot more of a shocker if he would have just been in the story more. But he wasn't. So that's definitely like the two most negative things I can feel like, where it's like the utilization and then unceremonious exiting of characters and also story plot lines that I feel like were supposed to matter more, but just didn't. Like, let's be real. Every time that Hot Pants mentioned, like, oh, I need the corpse parts to redeem myself, did anyone actually care about that? Because I'll be honest, I didn't. I really didn't. Even when we got to the Civil War arc with her backstory about her sins, it felt like her sins were like very rushly brought forth, and then she kind of is just so happenly, oh, I'm part of the Vatican now, and that's why I have to get this. Like, okay, all right. I don't see why you wouldn't want to at least help out Gyro and Johnny, but whatever. And her weird kind of like if they will, if they won't kind of love thing with Johnny was kind of there, but it didn't really develop into anything. And then maybe a little bit with Dio. I don't know. It just felt that way too. It just feels underutilized. Feels very underutilized. Yeah, those are like the two major strong points, or two major weak points, I should say, of Part 7. Another thing I will definitely say, the third thing, was the ending. The ending at some point, I don't know if like we go back, I don't know when it started to feel this way, but it felt very rushed when we start to get towards the Civil War arc onwards, where all of a sudden, like, the beginning would be like a quick startup into like the scenario. We get like in the middle of the arc where it felt like a little bit more drawn out with a chapter or two, maybe 3, and then it was like 50 something pages. But then like the ending of the arc would just be like, all right, that's it, time to move on. And then all of a sudden, after like we get towards like D4C starts to be on the move and everything, characters like motivations and stuff start to coalesce with other ones, and then immediately just become nothing. Where it's like, oh hey, so Dio all of a sudden now is like, oh, I was working with Valentine, but actually I'm gonna now kill him. I'm not surprised that he would betray Valentine, but all of a sudden, like, now he's just gonna kill him out of nowhere. It's like, why? Don't you want to wait until like we want to make sure like Johnny and them are out of the way? Obviously now he knows that the corpse parts are there, but it's like, I don't know, it just felt very rushed there. Then again with Hot Pants, all of a sudden she's alive again, but then she comes in the story, doesn't really do much. Lucy all of a sudden has that weird fucking chapter. I still don't really understand that chapter too much, but I guess an angel came down and said, hey, by the way, you're like the final part, and she gets the head somehow, so it kind of like cheapens the race where it was like, oh, we were supposed to find all these corpse parts and on these different adventures, and then all of a sudden, oh, you were the entire time the head, or you have now become the head. How? Why? That just felt very odd. Like, Araki just needed to like quickly rush to get these corpse parts together. I felt like we were gonna have like an entire arc just to get the head, but then we just skipped over that and been like, nah, we're just gonna have her be that way. That, and then finally the tail end where we talked about it with Valentine and how he went out was a positive thing, but at the same time, though, the fourth shock of the world was that, hey, Valentine got another Diego from another dimension to come and help him out, which was a crazy character growth, maybe you can argue, for Valentine. I like that. And then, of course, having the Dio/Diego that we all want to see, a.k.a. Dio with the world. Amazing. Amazing fucking, like, reveal. I did not see that coming. He had such a strong presence compared to the other Dio, which I even actually would say, like, yeah, outside of, like, the backstory with Scary Monster Dio, Dio himself almost doesn't have, like, this energy about him that this Dio has with the world. So I was very much glad to finally kind of get, like, this other Dio back, because he, too, with our mainstay Dio, also kind of went out unceremoniously, where it's like he was having a great fight with Valentine. Then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Valentine got lucky by the world, by Lucy transforming, which again, her transformation was kind of weird in her ability, but whatever. And then Dio just gets him, or I'm sorry, Valentine just gets him, and then he just dies to the train. It's like, damn, unceremoniously. Like, that's another thing that just happens where it's like, damn, really? They're going to go out like that? But then when we got the reveal, like, oh, more Diego. I'm for this. I'm for this. This was a great reveal. And you have this amazing race with him and Johnny throughout New York and their battle. It was so cool. Johnny overcoming Time Stop. Loved it. Even the choice of, hey, Dio is going to win the race. What a shocking way to end that. Like, okay. Kind of a little weird, but okay. Johnny's goal was never to win the race. Fine. But to have Dio win was a shocker of an ending. So now he basically is almost won. He has the corpse parts. He won the race. What's his folly? Because he goes into a whole monologue. Well, the other Dio, the other fucking Diego, the scary monster one, has a whole monologue during the Valentine fight about how humans, they have hubris about them that leads them to failure at the key moments of their victory and stuff. And that's why he's better than them. Obviously, as a villain, when you talk about hubris, your own hubris will come to bite you on the ass. But how do we defeat Dio? Lucy out of nowhere just comes with an interesting plan of, hey, the other Dio's body of our world is still here. And using the rules of D4C, where, unlike Valentine, if something from another universe comes in contact with another exact object of that universe, they're going to basically collide and die. So she was going to bring Dio's head from this universe to kill that Dio. Okay, that's a sound plan. And Dio obviously freaks out. He's going to leave. But then all of a sudden he like turns back and's like, no, I'm going to kill you. What are you doing? No, go. Like, if we're going to have his folly be like, oh, literally, he was his own undoing, fine. He didn't have to actually go back and kill her, even with pride being on the line. Like, Dio is a smart villain. He would know, like, nah, I cannot just run back to where the head is, especially now that my leg is, like, falling apart now because of the whole universal collision going on. I'm like one leg short. I'm bleeding out over here. He should have left or tried to leave, and then Stefan could have brought Johnny over, and then it could have been a team effort. But no, he just chose to go back, try and kill Lucy, tumbles, and then he dies. What the fuck? We were on such a great ending with Dio and Johnny's fight together. Johnny lost the race, but he still could have beaten Dio and prevented the whole fucking world from going, fucking chaos. Because, Dio with the corpse parts is a very, very bad scenario, especially seeing this Dio has time stop. But Lucy just comes in and is like, oh, heads up. Literally, heads up. And Dio's like, oh, fuck. And then just dies. It's like, that's not a strong ending. It's really not a strong ending. And then on top of that, for Johnny, I know he doesn't care about winning the race. It was the objective of the corpse parts and to walk. He kind of got one out of those two. But the fact that, like, he doesn't want to at least try to win the race, or then after losing, he isn't thinking about, like, trying to go and help out Marco, like Gyro's whole main goal. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird. Like, as his bro, he wouldn't have tried to, like, go to his home nation and try and clear that up. No, the narration just says, oh, it doesn't matter. Another revolution happened, and Marco got freed, but the kid died anyway. It gives a very bittersweet ending. Like, Johnny doesn't win the race. He can walk now, but he now has to go back to his friend's home nations, gives his friend's body and horse over, and the boy that was his friend's main goal gets taken care of for him. I don't know, man. That just feels like we could have done something more there. And also, not have Gyro's dad, even if his son did die, you can still keep that in. I will say Gyro went out very strong, and that wasn't ever a complaint of mine. Like, I did see, like, Gyro could die. As crazy as that was, it is JoJo's. But we never got, like, Gyro's dad's, like, own, maybe kind of retrospective, like, hey, maybe I was wrong. Because my son went so far to prove that our traditions were foolish that he died for it. Like, we don't have that dialogue with Johnny and him. That would have been really cool. No, don't really have that. Even Johnny's, like, reconnection with his own father, which was very nice. I liked it. It's just, he doesn't give him the boots to wear. I thought, like, that could have been something really nice for him and his father to bond over. No. That doesn't happen. He just shows up to let everyone know, like, oh yeah, that's my son. That's my boy. That's my boy right there. It was good, but I feel like maybe it could have been a little bit more. Yeah, I don't know. It just felt like at a certain point, Araki was really trying to get this part over with. I'm like, yo, Rocky, wait, hold on, slow down. Slow, buddy, slow. Like, you can still have Johnny lose. You can still have Gyro die. You can still have Dio be his literal own undoing. That's fine. Just have a little bit, like, maybe like 5 more chapters to have this all play out. And I think it would have been better. But it felt at some point like, no, he's got to go. He's got to go. They're telling him, hey, we got to, like, move on, man. No one wants to read this anymore. That's just how I felt. Like, where it was just, at some point, just felt very rushed. Yeah. Finally, I do think, like, there are story points that they definitely, like, kind of, like, massively skip over a huge swath of time during the race. I get, like, yeah, we probably don't have to see every section of the race, but there are, like, moments where it's like, wait, what the hell just happened? Wait, we go from one chapter where they're trying to get back into the race because they found a corpse part. Then the next chapter starts, oh, they already won the race. Whoa, wait, or won that section of the race. Wait a minute. Hello? This is still called the Steel Ball Run race. There are a lot of times where I feel like we don't see the race. And again, that could have been time to, like, interact with Polo Loco, interact with Sandman, interact with any of these other characters. They kind of don't really matter outside of, like, our main cast of characters. Even then, they don't matter as much as, like really Gyro and Johnny. Which, again, if you're fine with a smaller cast of characters, I guess you can like this part even more so than the other JoJo's part. But for me, I kind of liked having a little bit more of a bigger cast because I think Araki has done very well with that in the past, but he chose to do the opposite. But the problem is he also set them up to be characters, though, that felt like they had potential to interact with the main story, but didn't. I don't know. And I'm sure I didn't word that right, but that to me was kind of like a weird decision to make. There are definitely times where I do feel like the power scheme of how the corpse parts worked, especially when it came to Johnny walking and learning rotation, felt inconsistent. You know, there was a moment when like the 11 came to like take the corpses away from Johnny after the Sugar Mountain arc, where it's like, you previously said you need the corpse parts to do the spin and learn how to walk. You gave them all. You gave them everything. Not just like that little spine piece like before he kept. No. This time he gave them everything. But he still knows how to do the spin. How? I'm not really sure. It kind of got to the point where like, oh, he just has it because Jesus wished it to. That's another thing. Jesus kind of is all over the place. Doesn't really have like too much to do outside like giving like holy messages. And again, that one Lucy chapter where she gets pregnant by like the angel, I guess. That was kind of weird. Again, felt like we rushed the plot point there of getting the corpse parts to just be like, now. Certain villains, you know, because we're going to go into the villain tier list in like a couple minutes. We'll obviously go through some memes first just to like break it up just a little bit. But, yeah, the villains themselves, you know, outside of Valentine and Diego, they're kind of hit or miss. They kind of do feel like the villains of the week. Like, there's some very strong villains like Ringo, but then there's also like Hot Pot, whatever the fuck his name was, the kid with like the goddamn like fishing rod, the Boom Boom family, like not the best lineup. So yeah, those would be like my major criticisms of Part 7. Yeah, so I guess overall, with that in mind, do I think JoJo's Part 7 is like the best JoJo's part? It's tough because I really think Araki does do some amazing things in this, but there are problems, and I think that ending is definitely a problem. I think he definitely wanted a bittersweet ending, which is fine. It just felt rushed, though. So, and that's a problem with a lot of things, a lot of like writers nowadays. With that said, there are some issues still without that in mind with other parts of the story. I would say it's probably, again, like I said with a lot of stuff in this, it's probably a top 2 JoJo's part. I don't know if it's peak JoJo's, but it's probably the closest thing you're going to get to peak, like in JoJo's. I think there's like personal favorites, like me when it comes to Part 5 that I still hold very close to my heart, but there is a consistent writing that I would definitely back is very solid in Part 7, at least in the beginning half, and then slowly starts to taper off at the end, kind of. So when it comes to villains, it has probably like either the top 2 or top 1 villain and stand power. When it comes to MCs, it probably has maybe the top 3 best MC. Maybe you can argue top 1. Joe, bro, it probably has like the top 2 or maybe even top 1. I'll even admit that. Like Gyro is very good. He's a very good character. The setting's definitely the best. I like the setting itself is for sure the best. What kind of pisses me off why we rushed it a little bit at the end, and you know cut certain sections off here and there, but whatever. It definitely has the best setting, and then how they have one of the best new fucking abilities in the story. That's very good. So I think it does have more good than bad, but that ending though is like, it like grinds my gears. So I would definitely say like, if you wanted to put this in the top 2, go right ahead because I think that's what I'm gonna do. Out of personal favorites, writing wise, I guess it's the best, but I do have some issues with it. I'm gonna give it maybe when it comes to like, is it the best writing? By a hair, but that hair is like it's a thick hair, man. It's like there's some issues with it, but overall, it's a good part. It is a good part. And I don't want that to be conceded by the stuff later on in the story or these other segments here and there that, from other people's point of view, they might not mind it. So I think JoJo's Part 7 is definitely worth the hype. Has some issues, for sure. But when you go into this, you're going to enjoy it. You're going to enjoy it. And as long as the anime stays true and delivers, I think a lot more people, because we might get some stuff that only the anime can give us, like a soundtrack, that might booster this up for me as well. But when it comes to just the manga version, it's probably in the top 2 for sure, favorite-wise, and when it comes to just generally the best, especially when it comes to its writing, it is either the best or it's damn near the best. It's damn near the best. That's what I would argue. Out of 10, out of 10, let me see. I might actually just put this on the screen. Out of 10, this might be like a 9. Like, it's good. It's like very good. It's just, damn, if it wasn't for that goddamn ending, like it being rushed and some characters that just felt like unfulfilled or used, shit, this could have been a 10 out of 10 manga part. Maybe even just, hey, in general, when it comes to manga from other series or animes, yo, this could easily be a 10 out of 10. Easily. But there are issues. So I'm going to give JoJo's Part 7 a 9 out of 10. It's definitely worth a read. You're not going to regret it. It's definitely worth the hype. Did they overhype some stuff? Maybe just slightly. Just a smidgen. But nonetheless, this is definitely going to be a very great part in JoJo's history, especially when now the anime is finally going to get to it. Is it peak JoJo's? Essentially, yes. But with maybe some things to discuss. But yeah, that's where I'm going to leave the overall discussion of this Part 7. We're going to get into memes. I'm going to go see what's going on with chat first. All right, so let me see what we have. The thing about the side characters is in Steel Ball Run is they don't feel just as Avatar for a standability. They are more of a villains in a way. I guess so. Yeah, that's fair. For me, it would be boring if we had to focus on Polo Loco or more of that when there wasn't enough time for him. But I get your point. I'm just glad that his story arc was ended with him winning. I guess so. Like, yeah, Granny Baba, the hag, was right. Like, hey, you're going to win the race. It's like, okay. Even though he didn't win every segment of the race because of luck, which is a very strong theme in this for sure, he would ultimately win. It's just, I think there were points during the race after we got corpse parts and stuff that we could have interacted with him, and that didn't matter. Same thing with Sandman. I feel like we could have definitely interacted with him more. Yeah, I don't know. Hot Pants too. Let's see. I don't think it's Araki trying to rush the ending. I think that's basically how Araki writes every ending. It's maybe because he thinks he just doesn't need to focus on that. I get your frustration. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I think, like, I get what he was trying to do. I think he just missed a chapter or two. So it kind of not only comes off as bittersweet, it kind of feels like, wait, Araki, you're missing a step. And that's my main issue on why, like, I'm not going to give it a 10 out of 10. And that's why it's like peak JoJo's, yes-ish. Because, one, mainly that ending. And then, two, there are characters that definitely feel like they had potential to be more. And that I've seen from other JoJo's, like, parts. Like, again, I'll go back to Stardust Crusaders. Like, this is by far a great developed team right here. They really are. like some people even think like Whole Horse was going to become an actual Stardust Crusader. I don't believe in that theory, but it's an interesting theory. Like this is a great team dynamic. Again, in part 5. Hold on. Here we go. When you get team Bucciarati, this is a great team. Outside of like Fugo, who chooses to like just go halfway through, that's also a very bold choice that Araki, likes to do in the halfway points. This is a very strong team dynamic. And yeah, you don't have a team because now you can just focus on 2 individuals, but like there are other side characters that could act in a way like that I felt could have been that, but just weren't. And I'm like, why not? Why not, Rocky? But yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about that. I understand. I totally understand. Like if people prefer a smaller cast listing, that way you spend more time on what actually is realistically mattering, and also smaller group of characters to then focus on means more in-depth character growth for them. I get it. I just think it could have been maybe just a tad bit better. Just a tad bit better. But okay. God, I have so many of this open. Fucking great. All right, let me give you guys one more minute, and then we're going to go into some memes, and then we're going to do a quick tier list for our characters and stuff. Let me get my thing open. Let me get rid of some of these tabs. Like, damn, like this is so cool. It's just, man, I wish he would have had more time. This was very fucked up. The great little send-off there. The art style at the end was amazing. And again, I just wanted maybe a little bit more time with, hey, Gyro's family's like, what do they think of his life that he dedicated himself to? Valentine is a fucking amazing fucking villain. And he chose to believe that Diego was gonna hold up his goal. Crazy as that sounds. Jesus is just here the vibe. He's here the vibe and just be like, yeah, I'm here, by the way. Like, just for crazy lore implications. Oh, Tusk. We didn't really talk about Tusk. Well, he's powerful. He's a very powerful fucking stand. Situational, yeah, but he's a very powerful stand. And he might be up there with, like, Gur. He could be up there with Gur. I don't know, in a head-to-head battle, could he win against Gur? Maybe. But yeah, he's definitely up there for stands. For sure. Ringo is a good side character and a good main little villain to fight against. Corpse Parsers were interesting. Definitely feel like they could have been better with the head at the end of the day, but whatever. The fucking spin is ridiculous. That is like by far like one of the craziest additions into JoJo's, and Araki handled that masterfully. It's not about Steel Ball Run, but JoJolion is worse in ending, to be honest. I have no idea. We're going to get to that next, well, not the ending, but we're going to start that next week. We are going to start that next week for Part 8, which I guess is called JoJolion. We are going to see how that goes. But, all right. Okay, so let's get into some memes. Now that we're here, it's meme time. We did enough yapping. Let's see what the JoJo's community is going to be thinking about for Part 7. All right, let's see. All right, so first meme. What we got? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Steel Ball Run. Fucking. You're right. Yep. Bro. True. All right. That's good. That's a good one. That's a fucking good one. Yeah, let me put on some music while we're at it. Why not? Have a little bit more ambiance here. If it's too low, just tell me to bring it up. Is very bizarre. Yes, 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 indeed. All right. Let's see. A whole grid for himself. Let me see this. What is this? Knows what sex is. Fucks. True. Doesn't know what sex is. Fucks anyway. I mean, he wanted to with hot pants. That's for sure. Mechanism? What the hell is that? I don't know what that means. And no one doesn't fuck. Knows what sex is. I mean, questionable about that one with her, but okay. Knows what sex is, but doesn't fuck. That's true. He would definitely abstain. Doesn't know what sex is. Fucks. Or doesn't fuck. Don't know who you are. Josuke. Yeah, I get that. That would make sense. That would make sense. He's too much of a wholesome boy. Something about absurd. All right. I don't know who you are. I have no... I assume that's part 9? All right. We'll get to them. We'll get to them. I guess I gotta be careful about some of these memes. I might get spoiled, but yeah, it is what it is. Bro, that's also a detractor. And the anime... I saw the character design. Bro, the anime is making these goddamn... I don't know what these are called, but like for jockeys, like they help them like ride quicker. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Okay. Hold on, let me change up the OST. Sorry, Jonathan. Yeah, that's better. These things are crazy. Also, this edit is nuts. Man's gonna be, like, turning into a pterodactyl. Fuck a velociraptor. He's gonna turn into a pterodactyl and fly away. I did see this the other day, yes. So, a Japanese hurler, Richard Maricati, posed like Enrico Pucci from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure to celebrate his new national record. I have no idea, because I don't really watch this stuff, but cool. That's always nice to see the influences right there. That's Jodo? Jodo. That's his name. Jodo. It sounds like a Pokemon region. Johto. Okay. Well, we'll get to him. We'll get to him at some point. Hitting a JoJo's post after making a new world record is ore farming most could only dream of. Honestly, fair. That is very true. Like, that is something I could definitely see a JoJo's character trying to do. What is this? Yo, does Johnny have thirst traps going on? What's this? What did they take it? Why did they take it from us? Where is his... Yo, guys, come on now. It's one teaser trailer. Guys, it's one trailer, brother. He'll have it, okay? If that's what matters, to you, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Just wait. Let's wait until we get to that point. The Civil War arc is what like people made like, oh my god, yeah, he's got like the nice platform for me. It's like, all right, man. I mean, I guess so. Let's just wait though. Can't believe how bad frames from Part 7 animation looks. I mean, you know, listen, man. If people are being harsh about Part 7, yeah, let's be honest. There's some stuff from the original airtime of Part 4 that wasn't great, but... Bro, sound. Holy crap. Okay. I don't read Vogue, but alright. Cool. Yeah, Hermes. Nice. Oh, that one creepy girl. Nice. Okay. Haha, Narancha. Honestly, their poses are made for magazines. Bruno, very nice. Mista. Abakyo. Hot Pants. I forgot she did that. Or, like, that was a cover. Yo, why do, like, JoJo's characters like to extend their legs like that? Bro, speaking of dumpy. Oh, my God. Yo, speaking of fucking dumpies, man. Yo. Is this what you guys want, man? Hold on. Oh, Jesus. Not you. Not you, woman. I need my boy. My delicious boy over here. JoJo's characters really do just want to, like, fucking pose for Vogue, don't they? I feared that they would make the pants smaller. They did that quite the opposite. Yes, they did. No, they said, oh yeah, for Diego. Actually, what if we made him bigger? What is this? Apparently, Chinese absolutely hates the new teaser and is criticizing it all over the internet. Do they? Why? I don't read Chinese, so I have no. Like we talked about this at the earlier stream. I don't know why people are hating this trailer. It's fine. Maybe because it's not me like giving sauce. That's why it's not great. Okay. I mean, it's a fucking teaser trailer. Like, keep in mind, the One Punch Man teaser trailers are fucking starving compared to this. Don't tell me this is a bad fucking teaser trailer. Don't do that shit. Don't do that to me. You're gonna trigger me. Let's see. I don't know why, but this has always annoyed me. We have part 5. Hey, guys. Golden Experience. Not what I'm called. Is that not what he's called? Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Am I being gaslit right now? I think it's hilarious that Crazy Diamond got localized to Shining Diamond. Oh, is that the localization? I actually did not know that. I always have called him Golden Experience. Huh. Hold on. What's his actual name? Alright, well, that's interesting. So I wonder... Are they going to change Tusk or whatever in the anime, I wonder? Some of the names are definitely going to change. I know they do that. I do know that's a thing. Who would win, Diga or Gogo? Yo. That's what happens when you fucking slide through D4C. That's what happens when you goddamn are colliding with yourself. Alright, that's kind of funny. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's spoilers without context. Ironically, yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is. Oh, my goodness. I recolored Johnny and Gyro with their manga colors. Yeah, yes, it's very, very clever of you. Very clever. All right, let's see. What is this? Peak. Netflix to release Steel Ball Run in 30... Oh. Oh, I think we would die. I think we would die. I think the community would actually just commit seppuku. Netflix is planning to release Steel Ball Run in 36 batches of 3 throughout 2026, with each episode being 3 minutes long. I think we would fucking die. No. Yo. At that point, don't even release it, man. Jesus. Obviously, it's a fucking meme, but it's like... Oh, man. Yeah, I hope we don't get batches. I do hope that. I think we could just do one release. Go back to the way that it should be. One release, but, you know, I know people want weekly releases. I don't know if we're going to get that. I think not. It's an official English manga. It's still Tusk. Okay. I mean, I'm fine with Tusk. I don't really care if they don't change that. Chapter 5 versus Steel Ball Run anime, which will come out on top. Deltrin and JoJo's fighting for the title of Everything is a Blank reference. I have Chapter 5. All right, I don't know what that is. Okay. Yo, true. Yo, Diavolo was a savage for that. The amount of time and effort he had to do that was crazy. That was unnecessarily brutal. But hey, he wanted to He wanted to really sink it in, like, yeah, nah, you guys are not fucking with my organization. Quirky little people. Accurate list of every JoJo protagonist from Part 1 to Part 9. The boy that Jonathan saves. Smokey! The problematic girl. Which we now have another one. Koichi. Fucking Trish. Emporio. Lucy, I have no idea. What? Alright, I don't know who the fuck you two are. Alright. The horse love continues to shift. Yo, the horse love is strong. It is very strong. Motherfuckers for horses when Steel Ball Run comes out. Yo, yeah. I don't want to play with you anymore. I mean, I've seen the art. They've made, like, the horses that each of them ride into, like, the Uma Musume waifus. So, I wouldn't say this. But, yo, bronies, nah, they can stay dead. Those guys can stay at the bottom of the ocean. They can pull a Dio and a Magni. Just fucking... Stay. Stay down there. Stay down there. Batchers or not, they will for sure split Steel Ball Run into multiple parts. Oh, fuck me. I hope not. I hope not. Please don't. Yeah. I can't believe this guy's going to be played by Old Might. That was not what I think he was going to sound like. What the fuck is this? Next, you're going to say, I'll be right back. Okay. That's funny. How Araki felt making the readers feel bad that... Bro, honestly, that is definitely why, like, we don't think about it too much, but yeah, it's like, damn, Araki, you really said, like, hey, this guy's a cool dude. Without saying, oh, what side were you on during World War II? Well, he said it, but not said the word. I don't know if it was actually ever said in the anime. Maybe in the manga it was, but he was trying to cook, man. He was trying to cook with that one. But to be fair, we got a cool character from it. We got Stroheim. Stroheim's cool. Just made poor decisions. There's a specific reason why it had to be a frog. JoJo's fans when the good guy outsmarts the bad guy by sticking a frog up his ass or something. Yo, honestly, that is the most JoJo's line ever. Fucking Christ. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm going to save that for later. They ruined Lucy? Again, we talked about this. No, I don't think they ruined Lucy. She just has a animation style that looks more like Part 4. And also, other people in chat said this too. She's going to look different because the art changes over time. All right. I think people are genuinely being meme-ish here, but like, I can totally see people genuinely trying to use it as a criticism already. It's like, guys, calm down. Just wait. Just wait. The question who's going to voice Avdol, I have no idea. Because, yeah, if Stefan Steele is going to be All Might, what about my boy Avdol? He only lasts for, like, a chapter or two, but it's like, hello? The GOAT, yes I am, needs to be played right. I don't see why they couldn't, like, reprise their roles. Even if it's, like, another universe. Just reprise them. Reprise them. Just do that. When I'm watching Steel Ball Run with my anime-only friends and I have to talk shit about Stefan Steele. Oh, God. Oh, fuck me, man. It's gonna be a problem. It's ooh. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. We should know that no matter what Japan does, there's always going to be some kind of controversy from online social media. But I'm not going to lie. Araki could have maybe had to be a little different. But nonetheless, if you genuinely look at their characters, though, they're great characters. And the situations that they're in aren't terrible until Lucy gets to fucking Scarlet and then the president. But, nah, just give my boy a chance. Give my boy a chance, okay? We don't have to fucking, like, you know, it's over, man. It's over. Bad ending that they'll cut Abdul out. Oh, man, don't do that. They have done that before in the past with the anime, so I'm like, oh, that would suck. Please. Oh, no. Even though he's just there for a minute. Yeah, I'm going to save you. You guys do know David production don't have to use the same colors, right? JoJo's fans when Diego's 27th tassel of hair isn't the same color as the... I mean, it kind of matters. It's like, yo, if it looks shitty, it looks shitty. It's unwatchable now. I do think, though, yes, there are definitely people that are like that. It's like, damn, wait. Johnny doesn't have the right color blue on his lipstick? What have you done? So, it is kind of fair, but there is some argument to be had there, but fair enough, fair enough. Haven't gotten into part 7 yet, but my girlfriend told me this is essentially how I play. Yo! Well, maybe not that part. In another fucking universe, Valentine just gets a fucking spaceship. I don't know, like, he brings an alien spaceship here for some weird-ass reason, because in another multiverse, they could have had that. Oh, Lord. Oh, man, that would be funny. Hey, Potato King. It's been a minute, man. How you doing? I'm still here? Good. I'm glad you're still here, man. Oh, whose song is... Do we have a... Oh, we do have a... I actually never have listened to this. I guess it's kind of appropriate. We should have... We should listen to, before we end this, like, a fan design for, like... Oh, what's his theme going to be? But yeah, Potato King, I hope you're doing good, man. I know... I haven't seen you in a little bit, so I'm hoping everything's good with you. And wishing the best for your... You know, everything that's going on, so... So far, it's good. You know, we had a nice discussion stream, and we're doing some memes. We're going to do a tier list, and then we'll call it a day. But yeah, everything's good so far, you know. Can't really complain too much. All right, let me see. Celebrating the trailer of Steel Ball Run, art by me. Bro. Hey, yo, do people... Yo, motherfuckers really want the fucking goddamn bakeries for part 7. Fucking Tusk is cooking. He's cooking. Who ate all... Okay. All right. I'll save that for later. That's pretty funny. Yo. All right, then. All right. Phantom Blood teaser trailer. Oh, really? Oh, so when the anime came out all those years ago, because it came out in 2011 and 12, yeah, because Part 7 was done by that point, so I assume, yeah, Part 8. Okay. Oh, wow. That's actually a little cool history right there. I didn't know that. JoJo's the animation. Damn, crazy to think how far we've come. So that was during its 25th anniversary. So, let's say 2010. 25 years. Wow, man. Again, Araki really is a fucking vampire. Oh, yeah, 2012. Right there. So I assume that's part 8 guy. We'll get to part 8. 7, Johnny. Crazy that we're finally here. Took over a decade, but we're here. Oh, man. My back. Yeah. And then, yep, go through all the characters. Yo, fucking my boy. Nice. Cool. That's actually pretty neat. Spoilers. I know everyone's weight. It's part 7. Okay. When you realize Johnny thought he could hide Lucy on his horse, but you can laugh yet because you're blackmailing the president? Okay. Sure. Oh, man. And then he just says, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to kill the president. Sure. When I saw the trailer for Part 7 adaptation, I thought of you. Hey! Thank you. We watched it actually earlier in the stream, so for the VOD users, which if you're watching right now, please like the stream, like it, and subscribe if you haven't already done so. We actually did watch the trailer earlier in the day. It was good. It was good. I know some people are complaining. I have no idea why, but it's good. I'm looking forward to Part 7's anime. It's crazy how long Part 8 has been published. I guess so, right? Because if I remember correctly, didn't Part 8 end 2020? Like, just as COVID was starting? And if Part 7 ended in, like, 2010, around that point, yeah, like, damn, like, it had been going for 10 years? Fucking Christ. Whoa, what took Araki so long for Part 8? Is Part 8 going to be that long? Like, whew. Okay. We'll get to that. But, yeah, damn, I guess Part 8's going to be interesting then. Yo, this fucking fan OST for Johnny slaps. But okay. Just want to give a little bit of music there. We'll probably switch to another music in a second. Mr. Steel, bro, what are you doing? Oh, the internet. It's not going to be good, man. It's just not going to be good. I know it's not. I know it's not. And I can't blame people. I really can't. I really can't. Something like that? Yeah, so that's a crazy runtime. That really is. Personally, I am the trailer is to me, or does Diego look so Lucius in that trailer? Kind of. He kind of does. I think outside of maybe like Lucy, everyone looks good. And again, the only other issue maybe would be the color choice for Johnny. They look fine. Official Jojo's Instagram account didn't understand Part 6 ending either. What the fuck? Bro. Oh, okay. They're like, all right, let's fucking go back. Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, never mind. I thought they said 1600s. I'm like, what? Okay. Next meme. What the hell? Guts as Jotaro? Oh, that's a terrifying stand. That would be crazy. Nah, don't give this man a stand. He's going to kill everyone. Silver Chariot, but with the fucking Dragon Slayer swords. And why is his hair? No. You're giving Guts negative aura with this. This is wild, but like in a dark way. This is just like, nah. Don't. You're disrespecting both Polnareff and Guts by doing this. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. Well, isn't it wrong though? Christy Gnome, Hiraki. Listen, it's not great that he does it so often, but yeah. Personally, Johnny in the trailer kind of looked like a character from Baki. A little. I can see that. Let's see. Jack and Boy meets Kira. Who? Oh. Okay. Sure. They just edit that shit. All right. That's I don't know what that is. Sometimes my genius is almost frightening. When Fine Shot When Fine Shot asked me what kind of music I listen to, so I start saying random JoJo stands, hoping she would follow one of them. Oh, okay. Sure. Don't say the names of the bands, say the JoJo stands. Ah, gotcha. First thing I thought about, part 7, signature look of superiority. Honestly, the only thing of Diego's uniform I like is the hat. That's it. Especially in the anime, as we saw, it's like, bro. These things are ridiculous. Why? Obviously playing it up, but like, damn, dude. Damn. Calm down. He's not a pterodon. He sees your dreams. He feeds on your screams. We don't talk about Ungalia. No. Oh, my God. Bro, he was in the chat. We were talking to him. Yo, Ungalia, get back here, man. Get back here. They're saying we can't talk to you, man. Explain. No way. Swords are a JoJo's reference? I mean, maybe. Kind of. Is this Hamon real, or is it made by acid metal? Oh, man. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stillball Run video message from the director. Wait, for real? Wait a minute. He actually went to a horse ranch? Oh, let me see this. Oh, shit. What?
スチールボールラン監督の木村康弘です。よろしくお願いします。すごい高かったですね。目線の高さがやっぱり全然違うなと思いました。すごい可愛くて頭いいなって思いました。まあ6部でジョジョの奇妙な冒険が一旦このピリオドが打たれてて、でまた新しく回り始めたストーリーボールランってことなんで、なんか6部までと新しい7部って感じで、古いものと新しいものの対立構造みたいなのがその7部で描ければいいなっていうのを思ってます。原作でも描かれてるんですけども、なんかスタンドとあとジャイロが使う鉄球の人間が持つ波紋のような技のパワー、なんかスタンドと技の対立みたいなのが
Right. Yeah.
そのあたりの書き分けをちょっと注意して。
All right, this guy knows his stuff. That's good.
そうですね。5部をやってた経験でいうと、結構原作の流れをアニメに落とし込んでいくと忙しくて、主人公とキャラクターたちがご飯を食べる暇がなかったんですよね。なんか食べようとしたらすぐ敵が襲ってきちゃったりとかして。
Yeah, yeah.
だからなんかちょっとご飯食べさせてあげたいなと思ってるんで。
Oh, so they're gonna extend like break time. That's actually nice. That was a complaint I had. So more travel time. All right. I like that. I can go with that.
食べられないと思いますね。干し肉とかそういうものなんじゃないかなと思います。まあ皆さん心配してる馬。
I mean,
をまあなんとかフィルムに落とし込めるために結構もう加藤さん一緒に何年も前から準備してたので。
Several years they've been preparing for this. Okay. Oh, let's see. Several years, man. Let's see.
新しい部が始まりますので、まあ今までちょっと見ていただいた方も、私これから見てみようって思う人も見ていただければいいなと思います。よろしくお願いします。
Okay. All right. They're really. Wait, is there more? Oh, they all have a. Okay.
この度スティールボールランのシリーズディレクターを務めます加藤俊之と言います。
All right. Let me put on 2 times speed. I think I can, right? No, there's no. Damn. Never mind. All right, we'll hear what they have to say, and then I think we'll move into the tier list.
結構長い期間やってきたなというふうに単純に
I guess, yeah, it has been 14 years. Wow. Holy crap.
面白い、原作と熱い愛情を、注いでくれるファンの人たちの声とか、そこら辺に非常になんか励まされてシリーズを通してこられたっていうのがすごい記憶に残ってます。はい。まあやっぱりもう何を言ってもやっぱ馬が一番、もう大変だなっていうのを、原作読んだ時からも思ってたので、
Mm-hmm.
まあこれは相当ありえないだろうなと思ってたのがテレビアニメーション化っていうことになったので、
Sure.
いろいろと、試行錯誤して、今現在やれる、ベストな状態での、アニメーション化ということを、目指して、やることになったっていうところですね。はい。やっぱり今まではポイントポイントでそういう風な表現っていうのを、描くっていうことがほとんどだったんですけども、今回やっぱ馬に乗ってレースするっていう非常に
The horses, man. The fucking horses,
なっ
man.
てるので、そこをやっぱり外しちゃこの作品の面白さっていうのは出ないと思いますので、そこをいかに、自然にまあ、日常的に描くかっていうのがやっぱ大事な要素だと思うので、そこに関してはいろいろと、まあ、木村監督の方が特に腐心してスタイルを作っていただいているので、まあ、そこをまずベースに、どれだけ肉付けできるかっていうのが、僕らスタッフの仕事かなと思っています。はい。原作の面白さは変えずに、それでいながらアニメーションならではの表現の幅っていうのを、出して、やはり、ジョジョの、アニメーション化として、恥じない、内容にしたいかなと思ってます。はい。
And word for the fans.
今回初めて、スティールボールランがアニメーションという形で、皆様の目に映ると思いますので、長い長いレースを僕らも頑張って、走り抜いていきたいと思ってますので、ぜひ応援してください。よろしくお願いします。
Okay. All right, who are you? Animation producer? Is there another one? No, but his thing is long. All right. All right, maybe we'll come back to that. All right. So basically they are really trying to like push out like, yeah. Trust us. We got this. Okay. Let's see. All right. My problem with Gyro's nail colors, but I got used to blue eyes. Okay. Fair. Let me see. Not safe for work? Nope. Can't do that. When did Alessi possess Gotham chest? No. How to beat children? Oh, no. W. Diego. Please, Diego, I need the corpse parts. Kinda homeless. Mom is. Nah. Diego, why are you trying to not laugh? This is disrespectful shit, bruh. I mean, he would understand being homeless, man. Okay, I think we made a full circle. I guess there's not a lot too many memes right now. Fair enough. All right. Yo, don't go to Kira's fucking Thanksgiving party. Average polar F psych plot. No. Why does he always get like the shit end of the deals? God damn. Okay. That's gonna be saved for later. What the fuck are we doing to Jonathan? Yeah, this is essentially what happens from part 3 to part 5. It really is. It really, really is. Okay. Why don't we move into the tier list? So we'll do a quick round of tier list that I just want to do for character stuff on the villains, the heroes, or, heroes, quote. And then we'll maybe do like a quick little power scaling stuff. So let's move over to the tier list. All right. Tier list time. So let's put to history now. Let's do the villains first. So I kind of want to add like another tier here. There we go. It's been a while since I fucking did a tier list. Let's see. Let's just do who. Fucking who? Question mark. All right. So this is going to be for character stuff, which I should probably put on the screen. Let me... here we go. Delete. Thank you. Here we go. Rating characters. There we go. Okay. And then, oh, no, I didn't want to add a picture. OBS, please. Yes. I want to add text, please. There we go. We're not do rating. Let's do listing. Characters. Perfect. That's better. And then, let's see. There we go. Perfect. All right. And then we'll... Yeah. Oh. Flipped it. There we go. Put it right here. All right. Let's get into this. So, for the characters here, I'm going to do villains first, and then we'll move our way back to the heroes, and then we'll do a little bit of power scaling. So, for the villain side, honestly, I'll put on some music too. Yeah. Just such good to rock with. All right. For the villain side, I guess it wasn't in order. That's all right, though. So, I guess we could try and start in order. So, I think the first villain that we actually run into is Mrs. Robinson. I'm going to honestly put them in who. They came out with Aura, and it's crazy that they're not a stand user. They just are a weird person that has bugs inside of them. So, I'm going to put them here. If you guys disagree, let me know. But, like, outside of having an interesting design and a weird ability and just not being a stand user, they don't really do much. They just are here to get folded. Bro, I'm going to put goddamn... You know what? Maybe I might need another... I'm going to need another row. Let's do an F tier. These guys are, like, the Boom Boom family are, I would dare to say they're interesting. It's just, they're kind of here as a unique obstacle of a family being like, you know, hey, we're all going to fuck you up right now, which we kind of got a little bit in some other parts, but, like, they're not the most exciting characters. Again, they're also here just to, like, bring our characters closer together and just, oh, understand, hey, stands, devil palm, and also corpse parts. That's really it. Their ability, though, on magnetism is kind of cool, but I guess we can kind of save that for power scaling. But yeah, the Boom Boom family, they're kind of whatever. They can go right there. All right, next after the Boom Boom family, I actually think we get Stroheim. And, oh, man, what a fall from grace. Like, he is such a great character in part 3. Like, I would argue he should go up to, like, part 8 here. Or part 8. Like, an A-tier kind of character. But in here, it's like, he's just here to be a reference. And that's kind of it. But I kind of like him based off of the vibes of old Stroheim, even with his newer updated look, which isn't the greatest that I like, but the fact that he still is a cyborg in the 1800s, the Germans were already pumping out crazy shit in this universe. So for that and that alone, I feel like I'm going to have to, like, put him, like, at D. I'll put him at D. Next would be 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐹. 𝐿𝐸𝐸𝐹 came out awesome. This guy was holy shit, with his abilities. Like, the way he uses the explosion abilities made me think, like, damn, this is like Kira on roids. And his design is very, very JoJo's. Like, to the point of, oh my god, damn, Meraki. Holy hell. And, like, how we have to come to defeat him is, like, a painstaking trial and error with Gyro in them. And I liked his story, so, yeah. Yeah, this guy came out strong. I'm curious on how they're gonna make him look in the anime, but I think I'm gonna easily probably put him at, like, either a B or an A tier. I just want to decide on where, though. Maybe, like, maybe A tier. Maybe A tier, but maybe as we go along, we'll probably push him down. Okay. Hot Pants, I'm going to be real. He's just kind of there to, like, be weird. I'm just going to put him in F, which is saying something as JoJo's characters. He's kind of more interesting than the Boom Boom family with his powers, but, like, he's just kind of there to be weird. Again, that's how I think. If you guys really strongly are against where I place them, please let me know. And also, if you're watching this as, you know, later on in the comic session, tell me where you would rank these guys. All right, the doctor, scary monster person, Dr. Ferdinand, I think it is. Ferdinand. I'm kind of getting, like, the same vibe I got with Stroheim. They were just kind of there. Their power of scary monster gets stolen by Dio. I don't know. They were just kind of there, and then they just show up and, like, oh yes, I was the villain after all, and Dio is not the villain. He's under my control. And then Karma, and it's like, oh, they get eaten by cougars. I don't know. I feel like D. They're not terrible, like, you know, some of these other ones, but kind of just feel like they were just there, just to be, like, a placeholder. Next! Oh, the fucking goat. S tier. That's right. That's right. Yo, I am absolutely glazing this man. Ringo was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Just a great arc, true man's world. Sad backstory, but it's like it shaped his character and who he was, and him and Gyro have a really good fight. His ability to reverse time for 6 seconds as a subordinate character, wow. Bold choice, Araki. I like that. I like that. Ringo, like, I mean, what else can you say? It's Ringo. Ringo is great. And the fact that we got from Araki later on that he was nerfing himself, which, again, I don't know how they're going to do that in the anime, but he nerfed himself by putting a mental restriction that he believed he needed to use the watch to turn back time. Nope. That's just all a lie. He could do that if he wasn't mentally nerfed. Damn. Crazy. But again, that's more power stuff, but as a character go, he's a great foil for our cast that we had to go up against. So, I'm going to put him here. All right, this might be controversial because I remember a lot of people like, oh, yo, Blackmore. Yo, you get ready for him. He's going to be the guy. I'm going to put him here. Again, definitely not bad. He comes out fucking aura farming immediately, which is very, very funny. But I don't know. I felt like he didn't really live up to any kind of hype that a lot of people were saying. His stand ability was cool. But that's really about it. I feel like he's very neutral. In fact, like, he kind of, like, has a weird arc where he's gonna, like, betray the president, but then, like, Jesus is like, hold up, buddy. Hang on now. Don't do that. And then he's like, oh, you're right. I shouldn't do that. So, if anything, actually, I might put him, like, in C. Yeah. Now, speaking of takes, you know, I had a whole take during our discussion earlier. I like Sandman. And that's why I was going off the way I was on Sandman. I think Sandman's a cool character. He had a lot of potential. And his stand ability, though, I feel like they might have changed how it was supposed to be. Very cool, design-wise. And its abilities are freaking powerful. Like, holy wow, that was a real brain teaser that we had to go through. I feel like he's a solid B. I just think that we did kind of waste his potential and could have been more. I don't know. That's just me. The 11 also kind of just feel like they're just there, but they kind of have like a cool style about them. Like a prototype Valentine. So I would probably put him in like in D tier above Dr. Ferdinand and Stroheim. Stroheim's really just there for like, appearances. Outside of like their own personal style, that could maybe go up here with Blackmore. Again, they kind of just defeated rather quickly, but then they live and then die off screen. So it's like, Mike O was kind of in the same vein as Blackmore. Hanged around the president a lot more, so didn't really get to do much. Made a deal with Diego, which was kind of neat, so he brought him into the fold a little bit. Watchdog was a cool ability, but he himself, kept talking about, like, serving out justice and whatever. I'm like, kind of got repetitive, so I actually might put him below Blackmore. Now, here's another goat, 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+𝐓𝐈���𝐄. A surprising character. I was like, whoa, hang on now. This is actually very interesting. He's from the same nation that Gyro's from and has his own wrecking ball that's its own spinning technique, and it has a unique variation abilities to it. That was really cool. Just as a unique adversary to go up against. Had a new little wrinkle to the plot. But then, on top of that, his actual story is rather sad. He was just trying to do what was right against his nation and their rules of code of honor for his sister. And then his nation was still like, yeah, but that guy's rich, so you gotta go. What the fuck? That man got screwed over for no reason. And then when Gyro tells him, like, hey, your sister's alive, that gives him new hope after so many years of being, like, depressed and wanting to kill the Zeppeli family because that was his dad telling him to, like, leave. And then knowing that, like, he dies in the end. Such, again, very anticlimactic, which was a point that we brought up earlier, but the fact that he dies and he never gets to see his sister again. Brother. Damn. Like, I don't know, just the way he fought, the way that he went about his thing, it just was very impressive, and I liked it. It was very different. Do I like him more as a character and as a villain, a foil, than 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+𝐓𝐈���𝐄? I think I like his look more, but 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+𝐓𝐈���𝐄 and how he used his fucking abilities was wild. But he also has his own spinning ball technique. And he actually knew a little bit of the techniques of the Zeppelis, too. So, that was kind of neat. And he does help out our gang for a little bit, for what it's worth. You know what? Maybe I will put him in A. Like, higher A. I'll put him in higher A. Again, if you guys have an opinion on it, please let me know. Magni. Oh, here comes another interesting one. I feel like I'm going to put him in B, only because he's kind of like the highest end of like Dr. Ferdinand in the 11. He is just kind of there, but he has an interesting back and forth between 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+𝐓𝐈���𝐄 and obviously Johnny and Gyro. His personality is kind of funny, but at the end of the day, his ability outside of being a very powerful defensive and him just getting a shitty end, like he's basically Cars 2.0, just has to go into a river and stop thinking. He doesn't really do much more, so maybe, I don't know, maybe I actually might put him like, below end of C. Like he's like the best versions of Ferdinand, Scary Monster, and the 11 crew. Like he's the best of that kind of character. Because he's at least funny, and he tries to come back later on from the help of Dio, but then he just fucking is just left in the riverbed. Civil War was kind of very out of place, but I was open to what this guy was about, and like his whole monologue about like, hey, you know, the sins that we carry and give on to others when we die. It's like very interesting dialogue and stuff that he was trying to go into. But I also felt like we kind of just like, we're like, all right, can we get to the point, please? At some point. But he was all right. He was all right. I think I would probably put him like below Sandman. I do think like we probably could have used one more chapter with him. His abilities were like kind of weirdly annoying to fight against, but maybe that's just me. Yeah, I'd probably put him right here. Then we have Disco. God. Again, speaking of, like, character that came in with aura and had an interesting stand ability, but then, like, just gets fucking folded. I'm probably going to put him, like, at the top of D, to be honest. He doesn't serve anything outside of, like, oh, I'm here to block your way, Gyro. And then Gyro's like, bet. Fucking air condensed and then gets him. I don't know, man. Like, Disco was all right. Disco was all right. I feel like, again, he needed to do more, but wasn't. Bro, you know what? I'm going to put these two in Who as well. They just did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Outside of, like, watch Lucy recruit Dio a little bit too. They're just there. I thought with the reveal that Valentine was going to go through dimensions and stuff, I thought these guys were, like, alternate versions of himself. No. Just, oh, they just look like him. Why? Just because they're his, like, fucking officers or whatever. And that's pretty much about it. They just fucking die because Lucy's testing out her new ability. Yeah, they're kind of worthless. Okay, here we go. Here comes the main conversations now. Diego of this universe with Scary Monster, as a character goes, I feel like the right answer is obviously to put him in S. That's not the question. The question is whether or not I should put him above Ringo or below Ringo. And the only reason I don't know if I shouldn't or shouldn't is because it's just more of the same with Dio, but he also kind of had like a very anticlimactic end. Hold on. Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like this Dio, especially if I think about other Dio, like from, you know, part 3 and whatnot, and then the Dio we got at the end of this part before his ending, I'm like, this Dio as a character I think is good. Don't get me wrong. I just think maybe, is he better than Ringo though? Above? You think so? But, okay. I mean, above. I guess that makes sense, because he does get some interesting characterization more than our regular Dio. But, like, Ringo's so good. Ringo's so good. But fine. All right, I guess it would be blasphemous. I guess it would be blasphemous not to have him above. But then here comes maybe a hotter take. This Dio is definitely above this one. And it's not just because he has the world, which does help. It does help. But I think that Dio, I don't know, man. He came out with a lot of fervor. Man came in like, yeah, I'm definitely going to, like, do Valentine's thing and, like, use this to my advantage. The only hiccup is, like I said last time in the review, I don't like how he goes out. Like, the only foil to this is that how he goes out is kind of fucking dumb. Outside of that, it's basically just this Dio, but, like, has a stronger end because he also kind of, like, doesn't get fucking killed by the train. Yeah. He did have more screen time, but he's just essentially this Dio, but I feel like with the added bonus of, obviously, the world. But also, I know, he, like, there was just something about him, man. He just had something about him, you know? He just had that indistinguishable quality to him. I think I'm going to leave him there for right now. Okay. And then we don't have to worry about this Valentine. We just have to do one Valentine. That will be for, like, power scaling and stuff. So, Valentine. I think he should go above. everyone. And again, that might seem bland, but it's true. I think Valentine is a great fucking villain. I can't stop gushing over him enough. Like, outside of Dio just being iconic and maybe a little bit more stuff substantive-wise for Kira, Valentine is going to be up there for forever. Like, the next villain that comes after Valentine has a lot that they need to, like, step up and fulfill. Because this was great. This was absolutely fantastic to have him. And him just going out completely, like, non-typical of what the normal villains do. Oh, man. Oh, man, dude. Oh, man. He was so fucking good. His abilities are the best of the best. But yeah, I think that's where I would leave him. So, maybe outside of debating on which is the better Dio, is Dio really above Ringo? And then maybe some opinions on these lower end guys. I think this is what you guys would be okay with when it comes to, like, hey, villains of Part 7. How would you rank them when it comes to their characters? I think this is basically what you guys would get. Because when they're good, it's very clear, like, damn, they are amazing. Amazing. But it's also clear when they're, like, boring or have nothing, it's very evident. And Araki puts, like, nothing into them, which is kind of like these two down here. And then kind of these two as well. These guys are fringing on that only because they do stuff. It's just not a lot. Not a lot. Okay. Let me put you guys back down here. So that was the villains. I want to do the quote-unquote protagonist and or heroes / other characters that cannot be defined just by being villains. And then we'll do, like, a quick power scaling thing. Okay, so let's do the heroes. So the first to start off, again, we talked about this during the review. I'm going to put him in C because he isn't bad. It's just I wanted more. Polo Loco. Polo Loco's character is interesting because I think there was genuine, like, funny material that they wanted to use more and have him be a recurring gag character at the bare minimum. But also his stand ability could have been maybe very interesting to kind of, like, use in scenarios, especially how luck becomes a very prevalent theme later in the ending part of Steel Ball Run. So it's like, yeah, it's kind of a shame we just didn't have him here to, like, maybe do something. I just think he's just a clear example of kind of wasted potential. I know people probably were not that enthusiastic about him in general, so him not showing up is actually a good thing. To me, though, I'm like, compared to what we had in the other casts of other parts, he could have easily fulfilled a role similar to what we got in the past, but he didn't. And I'm like, kind of a shame. Black Mirror should go higher up. I don't know, man. I thought he was good, but not that good. Not that good. Not that good. Let's see. All right. Mountain Tim. Again, same thing, but at least he got to do something for a little bit. I think there's like a solid B of a character. I liked his little back and forth with Lucy. Him and Johnny and Gyro seemed like they were going to jive really well. Again, kind of is the same deal with Polo Loco. He just kind of dies. It's like, well, What did I think of Steel Ball Run? Well, we had a whole portion of that, but it essentially drowned it down to, I think it is a really good part. It is probably the closest thing that JoJo's will ever get to peak in its entirety. Like, I'm not saying Part 8 or 9 won't be great. It's just, most likely, this is probably the best they will get, but it's not perfect. And because of that, I give it like a rating 9 out of 10, and I think that I will stand by that. It's a 9 out of 10 story part and writing. It's good. It does have a bit of a ending issue that we went over, so check out the VOD, but it's a good series. It's a good series. It's a good part. And the hype was definitely worth it. They didn't oversell it, but there were times of like, made me think. So, yeah, I liked it. Now, let's see. Sugar Mountain, as a character, kind of goes into that Dr. Fern kind of area, like a D tier. She's not bad. She's just here to be an issue for a little bit, and then kind of like, oh, we solve her problem for her. That's essentially it. She's not outright bad, which is what I would put here, if not just completely forgettable. It's just, she's just kind of there. She's just kind of there. I just hate that damn tree. That tree was bullshit on some of the rules and what we could and couldn't do. There were some people on Twitter the other day that saying, oh, they love the Sugar Mountain arc. They love the tree. I'm like, what? I'm going to cut that tree down. What's my favorite part, though? Favorite is probably part 5. That's still my favorite. Overall best when it comes to the writing, I can't deny, part 7's now probably up there. I would argue 5 would still be there too, but this does probably take the lead when it comes to the best writing overall that JoJo's has done consistently. It's just that ending probably needed a couple more chapters. I'm not gonna lie. We have Hot Pants. I'm gonna put her. Oh, man. What sucks is that she does do stuff, unlike Polo Loco. So, I feel like I should put her here, but then in the end of it, it's like all over the place. And so anticlimactic, it's like, oh, wait, yeah, right, she died. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, she's hard. She is hard to, like, pare down. Like, my gut's telling me I should put her here, but then I'm thinking about it's like, but she did do stuff, so I should give her some kind of credit. She was around a lot longer than Mountain Tim. She played some more roles, but her like influence over in the story just felt so inconsistent, man. So inconsistent. But I think, I guess for right now, I'll leave her right here in like the top of B for right now. Part 5 is my favorite as well, but I think Part 5 is better writing aspect. Yeah, I would agree with some stuff here and there. Yes, I would agree. For anime fan. Yep, I would agree. All right. Then we have Lucy. Lucy Goosey. I think she's good. I'm gonna definitely put her above Hot Pants. I put her in A. I think she's wholesome and a good person. I just think maybe we need a little bit more time to dive into her. Just a bit. At some point, she just becomes a sacrificial piece and becomes mute. And then she gets the fucking W out of nowhere at the end, which is like, oh, okay, sure. But I think I'm going to put her at B. B's becoming the tier of, they are good characters, it's just maybe didn't pan out or like should have done a little bit more. And C's just like, they had wasted potential. And then D's just like, oh, they're there just for the sake of being there. F is just like, oh, they're terrible. They're like, why are these their characters? And then who is just, oh, right, these existed, I guess. She was helpful character, but not one of my favorites. Oh, who are you talking about? Lucy? Lucy or Hot Pants? Because you could technically say that about both of them. Let's see. Oh, Gyro. All right, we can ignore these two because these are for power scaling stuff. Let's go to Gyro. I mean, was there any other place that we were going to put Gyro? Was there any other place we were going to put him? He is definitely an S tier character. You're talking about Lucy? Yeah. Like, okay. Her conviction to, like, go through her missions, that was very risky for her. maybe could slide her in A. The fact that a 14-year-old girl is being put in these kind of situations and is trying to have the resolve to do it while she's having crash outs, maybe I should give her a little bit more respect and put her in A. Maybe I'll put her in A. Yeah, Gyro's an automatic S. Easy. He's an easy S tier character. Like, I kid you not. Not only is he the best Joe bro, and that hurts me because I love Bruno. I think you can make that argument. He might be one of the best characters in JoJo. Like, damn. Again, same with Bruno, but like, he was just wow. Wow. Best Joe bro, I can't deny. Gyro should have his own rank. Wait, I got it. You're right. When you guys are right, you're right. Yes. When you guys are right, you're right. All right, and then let's get to Johnny. We can use Tusk Act 4. I think Johnny's a solid character. Again, you could argue maybe he might be one of the best Joe stars up until this point. His journey arc is very interesting, especially with his self-confidence issue. I think Araki handled that very well. Him overcoming, literally being physically crippled is an insane story of triumph of the will. He's a very funny character too. Also his own brand of weirdness, like his weird fetish just came out of nowhere, which I read in an interview. Apparently that's just Araki. I'm like, okay, Araki, sure, I guess so. I would think he's an automatic S. I think he would be an automatic S. Without a question. Bruno was my favorite until Gyro. Understandable. Understandable. I still have a personal favorite towards Bruno, but damn, Gyro is like hard to argue against. It's like, holy crap. Johnny is definitely an S. Yeah, I agree. I agree. He's my favorite JoJo's. Okay. He's definitely is the best written Joestar. Up until this point, I think so. I think, which is saying something because you have Giorno, but he's... He doesn't have the trials that Johnny goes through, which is saying something. He doesn't go through the mental and physical trials as much as Johnny goes through. But I still like Giorno. Okay, so, listen, guys. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, not that mean. Brother. Where are they? Where is it? Nah, where? I saw it. Oh, hold on. I saw it. And here we go. Listen. Look here, look, listen. I get that we're going to have to hate on Stefan because of different reasons and current media and stuff. But Stefan's a good character, okay? Despite the context of what's happening, and there is context, there is context there for him. Stefan's a solid character. He really is. Like, he too, and it's a shame because I don't know if the anime is going to have it. His bonus chapter helps his character out a lot. So that's where I'm kind of like, ooh, if I don't include the bonus chapter, he's still good, but I probably might have to move him down to the top of B. But my gut's telling me I should put him in A. Especially if I'm using the bonus chapter. In fact, on a personal vibe level, I actually might even put him above Lucy. Only because of his resolve to be like, yeah, you can kill me. That's fine. Because as long as I die, Lucy has no reason to stay here. And then he knows, like, oh, Valentine made a deal. It's like, oh, you son of a bitch. So, yeah. And you know, his dynamic with Lucy is honestly very wholesome. There's nothing particularly unlikable about him. And he's not yabai. He's not. He has maybe hidden feelings, but at the end of the day, he makes it very clear, like, all he wants to do is help her because she was the only person that helped him when he was down on his luck. So I think that's kind of cool. I think that's pretty cool. So I would probably put him in an A. I think they made it clear he is no Epstein. No, they did. They 100% made it clear that he's not an Epstein. It was in oh fuck. What chapter was it? I think it was in both sides when like 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓 was doing his thing. Yeah, this is when we got the full backstory with Lucy and them and goddamn Stefan. Like they go into it. They actively explain like, listen, in chapters 60 and 61, he doesn't outwardly have romantic feelings. Does he have some kind of feelings? Yeah. And also they did say that Lucy does look like his first wife in the bonus chapter. Yeah. There's that. But at the end of the day, she is someone that represents hope for him. And because of that, he wants to do everything he can to provide for her a happy life. He even told her, like, listen, you don't have to love me. I don't want you to love me. That's not why I'm doing this. In fact, if you ever fall in love with someone else, go right ahead. Just promise me that it's not going to be like some punk or something. He outwardly says, you can be with someone that's not me, and that's okay. Like, their marriage is a false marriage. So, I understand social media is not going to be like, no, kill him now. It's like, but there's stuff to his character, though. Yeah. All right, that's how I would rank the heroes. Oh, wait, we forgot one. There we go. All right, so we have masterfully ranked all the characters now. And, yeah, this is perfect. We got them all. We got them all, and this is exactly how they're supposed to be ranked for the heroes. Okay. All right, let's do a quick power tier. Power, like, scaling for this. For some of the characters. And then we'll call it a day. I'm going to make some nice food in a minute. All right, here we go. So, we're doing power scaling now. So, all this character stuff can go out the window. That was fun. That was good, but that was the kid stuff. Now we get into the real shit. Now we get into the toxicity. So, yeet this out of here. Remove. Yes. Let me add text. Power scaling time, baby. Let's go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, here we go. Now we're power scaling. We're going to be meatheads now. Damn, why that much hate for Gregory? Listen, man. He's on some bullshit like, oh, this is the tradition of the way of our people. And then he does some other bullshit where it's like, oh, actually, yeah, we can't suspend real justice because this guy comes from a rich family, so you gotta go leave. What the fuck? Oh, I don't partake in societies and their whims and wishes. I only listen to the king. Oh, but at the same time, you know, Gyro, I also healed this one girl because, you know, I felt bad for her. Wait a minute. Didn't you say, like, emotions were a bad thing? Yeah, but, you know, I just kind of did it. Like, what the fuck? You didn't have to do all that then. Such an asshole. Such a unnecessary hypocrite. Anyway, don't get me started on him. I'm sorry, but he deserved to go there. All right, power scaling. Here we go. Yes, JoJo's power scaling is madness, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to peer into the depths of madness. Okay. So, Mountain Tim. I think he's a solid, like, C-level stand user in this story. He's basically a diet Bruno. How his ability works with the lasso, I thought was really cool. I hope the anime glazes him a little bit because I wanted to see more. But again, not too intuitive. It's just, oh, rope and his body parts can crawl through it. Neat. I guess we don't really need this. Polo Loco, I mean, can't really fight. I was going to probably put him, like, non-fighter. If you want to hype it up because he does win the race, he has better luck than, let's say, like, Love Train. If you really want to go that far and, like, gaslight him, then fine. Then he can go, like, up here. And, like, you can give him, like, mega, like, glaze right now. But honestly, nah. I would probably put him as a non-fighter. Like, in an actual scenario where we had to actually fight him with, hey, like, I don't know. Maybe, like, he could be, like, genuinely that powerful. But we also saw, like, his luck does run out in certain instances, so. I don't know. I would probably put him down here. All right, let me get some of the weaker ones out of the way. So, let's do Dr. Fairyman, Scary Monster. She's a problem because it's like an epidemic disease that if you're not careful enough, it just creeps up on you and can be very powerful. But Dio, I feel like, definitely uses that power way better, although honestly inconsistent at times. Like, okay, what can you do with this power? But I would probably put her Scary Monster's ability right there. Magni, put him fucking here, man. Like, outside of him, like, being an ultimate defense, we see, like, his power is kind of, like, a detriment. It's a detriment. That can easily backfire on him. And it did multiple times, so I'm going to put it down here. Disco is cool on paper, but, like, easily defeatable. So, again, I'm going to probably put him here. Hot Pants, again, like, kind of like with the lasso ability of Mountain Tim. Cool and very useful, but can easily be overwhelmed and didn't get to be explored that much. So I'm probably going to put it, like, here. That's what I would argue. Like, her powers are very useful, but I don't know, like, in the grand scheme of things, is a very great stand to have? Probably not. Let's see. The 11 Men. Yes, here we go. They're, like, probably in the same camp as Hot Pants and Mountain Tim. They're good, but they're, like, really, like, easy to read once you figure that out. It's like, yo, once you know what they're doing, it's like, oh, yeah, wait, hold on, we got this. They're not really a problem, as they would quickly turn out to be. The only reason that they were kind of a problem, honestly, was because we were going through Sugar Mountain's ability. That's really about it. Let's see. Speaking of which, Sugar Mountain, she's basically a non-fighter. Let's see. Wiccapoyo, I'm gonna put him in A. He was a sturdy lad. Didn't have a stand, just a wrecking ball. Brother was crazy. His Affalata ability that, like, blocks the left half, very cool. Which, oh, I didn't show you this one meme. Yes, someone made a Rick and Morty shit. Oh, jeez, what happened to our bodies, Rick? Don't panic, Morty. It's just the left side axia. Oh, I'm freaking out for real, Gyro. Oh, it's called a wrecking ball, Johnny. The shockwave makes your brain stop registering on your left side in your body. It's just lasts for a few seconds, and we're just fine, Johnny. Okay, so stop being around. Oh, jeez. Like, yeah, that was funny. But yeah, his power was really cool. He was a really cool power. Good character too. Okay. Boom Boom Family, fucking trash. I mean, as long as they're working together, they're a problem, but trash. Trash. Let's see. Sandman, he had a very good ability too. I'm gonna probably put him in A. I might even put him in fucking above Wiccapoyo because his sound abilities are, like, top notch. Okay. Let's rush through this. Blackmore, solid, but nothing too impressive. Probably put like a B. Mike O with Watchdog is probably a B as well. Yeah. Fucking Stroheim. Basically, you might as well like put him down here. I guess maybe I should do that. Add a row below. Be like, yeah, these are non-stand users. Though he did give actual, like, Johnny and Gyro a problem for a little bit, but nah. Sorry, Germany. Your technology wasn't good enough. Ringo, very powerful. I'm putting him up here. I kind of want to put him up here, but that might be a little bit much for power scaling-wise. I would definitely probably put him up here. I might actually put him at the top of A. His 6 seconds are very broken. Hot Pie. I'm going to maybe, because his powers are interesting, maybe either at the top of D or low C. I might put him here. You know what? No, because I think Disco's works a lot more interesting than this guy, but I might put him here. Mrs. Robinson, put him down here. I'm taking Cyborg. Fucking non-stand users, they're bottom of the list. They're actually worthless. Civil War definitely became a problem as it was growing in power, so I would actually probably either put A, or you can argue maybe even low C or low S. I'd probably put that right there for right now, though. 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+. I want to put him in A so bad, but I don't know. Like, these are really top tier abilities. Yeah, I'll put him at the bottom of A. I'll put him at the bottom of A because his creativity with how he made explosions. Wow. Like, and this is, by the way, not a matchup. This isn't a matchup. This is just overall powers and creativity, movesets, all that stuff. Not necessarily like, oh, can 𝐂𝐇𝐀𝐓+ beat, like, Civil War? I have no idea. Fucking Stefan. Non-stand user. I mean, these two could probably kill him. Lucy, I mean, if you don't give her luck ability, she's down there. If you do give her luck ability, then it's almost like it's either here or here for Lucy, because she gets crazy. So I'm going to just say, for simplicity's sake, this is non-love train Lucy. All right, I think, oh yeah, he has the steel ball, so I would probably say, actually, let's move this tier down. Yeah, there we go. And then where, I would say, because he has the steel ball technique, I'm going to probably put him here. Probably put him right here. Okay, now here comes the main conversations. Let's do Dio first. So, Scary Monster Dio obviously takes this power way, way better. But honestly, the overall power of Scary Monster Dio isn't really that impressive. It's just more of his creativity. Like, him being smart. That's about it. It does have inconsistent times where it turns people and inanimate objects together into, like, a hybrid dinosaur construct. I think I'm going to probably put it here. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's not really the best. It's just Dio's smart is all. That's about it. Then we have Dio the World. S. It's just Dio the World. I feel like we don't need to explain that. Dio the World in S tier? Absolutely. All right, let's do Gyro. So Gyro, when he just starts off with his steel ball and no turbo, no nothing, I think he is around here. I think, like, realistically, his abilities are just very, very solid, where I could probably put him in this category here. Now, overall, though, like other characters later on would show like they have better abilities. That's why he would have to grow stronger. But I think as he starts out, he's definitely like down here. But he grows extra powerful as time goes on, especially with Turbo. And it's a shame he never got Turbo back. But he kind of got blessed by some of the abilities, some of them. So I'm actually going to probably put Turbo influenced Gyro up in B. Like his goddamn shock wave, like sonar ability was really cool. He could like do the airspace bending shit. That was neat. Better muscle control shit. I like that. But he doesn't have like a lot of outright powerful moves. Dio being above him. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. Actually, you know what? No. I'll put him above him, but in the same tier. Because he is just a better scary monster, but not by that much of a degree. Just intelligence. So I'll do that. And then we get Ball Breaker fucking Gyro, and he just gets ridiculous. Like, in theory, I think he should be able to do the same thing that Johnny does against Zawardo and just muscle through time. So I actually might put him here. I might put him here. There might be an argument to put him up here in his own little tier 2 when we get to the crazier stuff, but I think I'm going to put him, like, right here because the only issue is that his steel balls are, like, also his main weakness. If they fade, he's kind of fucked. All right, now we get into the real shit. So we have D4C just by itself. Just by itself, I'm going to put it right here. Controversial, maybe to some people. I actually do think D4C, though its powers are insane and really creative, against Time Stop, I don't know what it would do, really. Like, it can't move as it's time stopped by itself. So I think Dio with the world should be able to win against him. That's my opinion, though. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe people think, like, if he times it right, maybe he could evade the world, I guess. I don't know. Then we have Love Train Valentine with D4C. That's going up here. That's going up here. Well, then again, he has the issue is Gyro would have won if it wasn't for his steel balls fading. And if he only had the other one on him, he would have won. He would have won. So I guess no. Maybe I do put Gyro and him up here because there is a definite separation with the crazy Love Train luck shit and then Wrecking Ball defying that and aging people. That's very powerful. That is very, very powerful. Yeah, I might have to do that. I think Gyro would have definitely won against Valentine if it wasn't for, oops, plot, you gotta lose. It's like, damn. So I'm gonna put them right there. All right, let's do Johnny now. Johnny with just basic nail bullets is so inconsistent at times with like his power and like overall cutting ability. Honestly, I'm probably gonna put him like right next to Gyro right there. Then we get into Act 2. This is when he gets, like, the golden rectangle. He actually becomes a lot more proficient. Again, a little inconsistent at times. I'm probably going to put him next to Turbo. Gyro, which puts these three together. I think that's good. Excuse me. You think Gyro should stay in S? Really? Why is that? Because it could be a matchup, maybe, but, like, he was going to win against Love Train if it wasn't for the plot. But you think he should stay in S? Really? I'd like to hear more of that. Okay. Tusk Act 3. When he gets that crazy power-up that I feel like he definitely did not use as much as he should. I think that's like, well, we know it goes over this, so it has to go here. But I feel like it would have been an interesting matchup against D4C with, like, him using Tusk Act 3 a lot more, like, to go into, like, an inner dimension and shit. I don't know. I feel like that could have been, like, a cool counter, but they never really touched up on that. In the end, he didn't win. Yeah, but that was only because like the steel ball like got grounded down. That's not like necessarily he didn't have the ability or power to do it. It's just bad luck. Literally bad luck. But fair enough. Fair enough. I would say he could definitely in a matchup, I guess, defeat someone like Valentine if he was prepared with both of his steel balls, but whatever. And then of course, fucking just Tusk Act 4. Yeah, I mean, there's like no question. Act 4 is Act 4. Act 4. I mean, really, maybe we actually should like do this at a row, at another row above. Just call it Tusk. Because this fucker was crazy powerful. Like, he has all the properties of the previous other rotation abilities. On top of, oh, once he lands a hit on you and transfers the infinite energy, you're fucked. You are fucked. But Diego did figure out, oh, you can make that backfire by having it hit Johnny. So there is a weakness to it. There is a way to like use it against the user. And then he was stuck in his own little time vortex. But nonetheless, though, Tusk Act 4 is wild. Wildly powerful. Okay. Let me take a snap of this. Let me see. All right. Oh, okay. That's what it is. So let's do that. Do that. And then we'll do the power scaling. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. If anything else, Magni is a non-fighter. Kind of. He kind of is. Like, he really just cannot fight. So, but, well, that would be a matchup thing. But I guess the Boom Boom family probably could affect Magni. Yeah, you know what? I'll do that. He damn near is a non-fighter. Let's just do that. Like, he damn near is. I'll probably put him, like, right there. I'll put him right there. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. It's time. I got to most of what I wanted to do today. So, I'm glad we did that. So, let me close off the poll. Let's see. With a total of 5 votes, yes, people do in fact think Valentine is a better villain than Kira. Okay. Interesting. I'll have to do a poll maybe on Twitter and see what people think there. But okay, we're going to call it the end of the stream today. Thank you guys for coming out. I know this was a chaotic stream. I know we did a lot of stuff all over the place. Things were maybe not the best at being managed, but nonetheless, this was great. I'm glad I got to do this as a send-off for Part 7. This was a great journey for me coming back to the YouTube business and trying to, like, you know, really kick things off the channel with a boom. And I think Part 7 was just what I needed. And I got to be here on a great ride with all of you. And I'm just grateful for the time that we had when it came to Part 7. But we're not done. Oh, no. We are very far from done. We have Part 8 we have to get to. And that is going to be started next week. So if you're looking forward to more JoJo's, same time, same place, Thursdays, roughly the same time, is going to be for Part 8 Adventure. I don't know what to expect, but we're going to go through it and then eventually catch up to Part 9. That's going to be the plan. For the remaining of this week, we will be having One Piece come out, and we're going to get to that. We're going to get to Danadon, the end of Season 2. We're going to finish that. We're going to do JJK, and we're going to do each of the Witch read-throughs. Buggy-Go, I don't know when I'm going to try and get Buggy-Go in, but we're going to try and do that. And we have more projects in the future. We will be playing more JoJo games in the future once we are, like, the clear of the spoilers. But, yeah, this was a good time. Thank you guys for coming out, man. I'm glad but they have nice conversations. I'm sorry if I talked at nauseum at length, but this was going to be a chit-chat stream of just, hey, JoJo's Part 7, what worked and what didn't. And I'm glad we had a good conversation. We didn't like divulge into madness, but yeah, this was very good. But okay, guys, we're gonna call it here. Thank you for coming out tonight. I guess technically it's still day, but probably night for some people. I gotta go. I will see you when One Piece comes out, which I don't think it's out right now. Let me see. No. So when One Piece does come out, I'm going to try and get to it as soon as I can. So that will probably be Friday, I imagine. So stay tuned to that. And stay tuned for the other stuff coming in the future, especially more JoJo stuff. We're coming back, baby. Next week, I'm ready. I'm ready for another adventure. It's been fun. I did have a nice time procrastinating, and now I need to study for my nursing class. Oh, God. Yeah, study. Go study. Your English was fine. You did good. You did really good, man. Go study. I encourage all of you, because I have a lot of students apparently that watch my stuff. Go watch it, or go watch it later. Go study now. Thank you for coming out, though. I appreciate that. All right, guys. I gotta go. Go do your stuffs that you need to take care of. Take care of yourselves, too. Make sure you hydrate, as always. And next time, we'll be here back with Part 8. It's gonna be a good time. At least I hope so. See you guys. Have a nice one.